What if Goku landed in a Cynic'S world? Hikigaya Hachiman had always thought of himself as having the role of a silent observer. In his eyes, life was little more than a series of tedious events. While it does have its highs, in Hikigaya's eyes, he would much rather spend the rest of his days as a house husband, assuming I ever get a wife, and would spend his days quietly and without incident. He would consider it a victory in his eyes. Today, however, wasn't one of those days where quietness is at the forefront of his mind. It all started with 2-piece. Hachiman had picked up his newer volume from the shelf, intending to skim through some key moments. A necessary evil, he told himself, but as the hours passed, he found himself deep into the chaotic war at Marinodi. Unable to put it down, he couldn't help it. Seeing Fluffy charge headfirst into a hopeless battle for his brother stirred something in him, something he would never admit. Why is he so obsessed? Hachiman had mumbled at one point, flipping through the pages. You can't save everyone, you know. Even though he has said that, he knows that he would do the same for Kamachi if he were in Fluffy's place. Time slipped away, and the sun began its descent. Reality came crashing back when he started to get tired. He yawned as I realized that it was starting to get late dinner. Groceries. He had completely forgotten. I forgot to make Kamachi dinner tonight. He starts to run down from the stairs and sees that she's not home yet, probably at that punk's house PSH, hoping to eventually smite that punk. But Kamachi would probably kill him. I guess that gives me a bit more time before she gets here, so I should probably hurry. He hurried out of his apartment, jumped on his trusty bicycle, and pedaled faster than he had in streets of Chiba were quieter than usual as the sky deepened into a soft orange glow. He grumbled to himself about fictional pirates and their adventures as he weaved between pedestrians. Honestly, who decided dinner needed to be a thing every day? We should be more like snakes, one big meal every few weeks, then nothing for a while. It's efficient and less of a hassle, he grumbles to himself. Hikigaya already knows what he needs to make, considering he only really knows how to make one thing for dinner. I'm a bit conflicted. On one hand I want my precious sister at that punk's house, but I really hope that she doesn't come home before I make dinner. What can I say? I'm a creature of habit if nothing else, although I already knew by the countless times I do one of my 108 special skill, social suicide. I muse as I recall the recent incidents of my supposed skills. Well, I don't really see a way that it could have been done better. It was the only way. It's not like it bothered me, but the look on her face didn't make things magically better either. As I was lost in thought, I realized that I was coming up to the convenience store. Looks like I am here now. Need to get curry for Kamachi before she kills me. I parked my bike, and as I search for the lock, I realized that I forgot to bring the lock. Well, it's not like why thing bad will happen to it while I'm gone. It'll be 5 minutes at most. He thought ignorantly, as this was the one event that had changed his entire life. Luckily, he managed to make it to the grocery store before closing time. Okay, so I got everything I needed. That's good. Now too, as he left the store and rounded the corner to where he had left his bicycle, his eyes widened in disbelief. His bike-chan, his old and reliable friend of 8 years, was now gone to never be seen again. This has to be a joke, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. His mind struggled to process the absurdity of his situation. Unfortunately for Hikigaya, it was not a joke, and he realizes that he has to now walk home in order to make dinner before Kamachi gets home. Hachiman knew that chasing after the thief was pointless. Even if he managed to find them, what was he going to do? Demand his bike back in the most pathetic way possible? He was a lot of things, but delusional wasn't one of them. I could file a report, but let's be real. The police aren't going to drop everything to hunt down some petty bike thief. He chuckles pathetically to himself, trying to forget about the fact that he has to walk home without his bike. With a resigned sigh, he adjusted the grocery bags and began the long walk home. It was going to be one of those days. He could practically hear Kamachi taking away points already. At this point I'm gonna go broke after the stunts I've been pulling lately. He sighs to himself as he starts walking back to his home. Snap. But fate, it seemed, wasn't finished with him yet. As he rounded the corner, reality itself seemed to fracture. Without warning, the sky above him split open with a blinding flash of light. Hachiman's heart leapt into his throat as the world around him distorted. What the hell? There was no sound, no wind. The grocery bag slipped from his hands as he instinctively braced himself, but there was nothing to hold on to. No sounds, no sensations, just a pure, overwhelming brightness that made him squeeze his eyes shut. Then there was a voice. "Show them that humans are not to be messed with. You're the perfect candidate, Hikigaya Hachiman." He had no time in order to respond, as he was immediately met with the sensation of going faster than his own mind can comprehend. It felt like an eternity had gone by before he passed out due the amount of speed he was experiencing. And when he wakes up, he will no longer be within the same world, with no way to return, although that is something only we know of as of now. Year 749? As we see Hachiman suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if he had just popped into existence. In the middle of the plains he starts to awaken. When he opened them again, everything had changed. Hachiman blinked, his vision still adjusting. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by a vast, open landscape that bore no resemblance to Chiba. Endless fields, distant mountains, and the clear, blue sky. What the hell just happened? He slowly sat up, his brain struggling to reconcile what he saw with what he knew. A deep sense of unease settling over him. He looked around again, hoping for some familiar landmark, but all he saw were the remnants of his groceries scattered on the ground. Wait, do I still? He checks himself and realizes that everything he had on him still remained. He sighed in relief. Okay, so clearly, I've been kidnapped by aliens, or I'm in a coma dream, and what was with that voice, he thought. Or maybe Komachi came home early and gave me retribution for not having dinner ready. He tried to joke to himself, hoping it was some kind of gag or something like that, but eventually he stopped being irrational and started trying to figure out where he is. As he started to wander around, he started to pick up where he was, but there was something else. A nagging feeling of familiarity, a connection he couldn't shake. That's when he saw the creature, a dinosaur-like beast, roaming the distance. Its massive form unmistakable. "No way," he whispered, a chill running down his spine. It looked at him, and Hachiman froze. His mind was screaming at him to run, but he couldn't bring himself to move. "Oh no," he muttered under his breath. "Not like this." The dinosaur let out a guttural roar, its massive form barreling towards him. Hachiman's survival instincts finally kicked in, and he did the only thing he could think of. He ran. Dropping his grocery bags, he bolted in the opposite direction, cursing every decision that had led him to this moment. "This is ridiculous," he panted, his heart pounding in his chest. "Why does a dinosaur exist here? Why is it chasing me?" He ground shook with every step the creature took, its roars echoing in Hachiman's ears. His mind was racing, searching for any logical explanation, but there was none. It was impossible, absurd, like something straight out of a horror film. And yet, the fear gripping his chest was all too real. Is this how I'm going to die? Death by dinosaur. The dinosaur closed the distance quickly, its powerful legs allowing it to gain on him with terrifying speed. Hachiman felt the ground shake beneath him as it drew closer, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Of course, my luck would end with me getting eaten," he muttered bitterly, glancing over his shoulder just in time to see the dinosaur open its jaws wide, and just as his life flashed before his eyes he could only think of one thing. "Mom, Komachi, Uegahama, Yukino, I'm sorry. ... But then, as the dinosaur lunged, something unexpected happened. A small figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, leaping high into the air. The figure let out an excited yell, and with a swift kick to the dinosaur's head, the massive creature was sent flying across the field, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. "What the hell?" Hachiman stopped in his tracks, frozen in place as the dinosaur groaned in defeat. What kind of monster defeats a dinosaur in one kick? Slowly, he turned to face his savior or possible death, hoping for the first one. Standing there, grinning with the kind of childlike enthusiasm that felt completely out of place, was a small boy with a tail. Hachiman's eyes widened in recognition, his thoughts grinding to a halt. "Wah," was all he managed to say. He felt like his brain had short-circuited. There was no mistaking it: the spiky black hair, the martial arts GI, and, of course, the tail. It was impossible, yet undeniably real. Wait a minute, is that Goku? My thoughts had so helpfully provided. "Hey there," Goku greeted cheerfully, his voice bright and full of energy. "That dinosaur was giving you some trouble, huh?" Hachiman's mouth opened and closed, no words coming out. His mind was racing to catch up, trying to reconcile the absurdity of the situation. The boy in front of him was unmistakably real, as was the dinosaur groaning in the distance. Hachiman could do nothing but stand there, trying to make sense of the madness. "You okay?" Goku asked, tilting his head curiously. "You look pretty scared back there," he said without a thought in his head. "No, I'm fine. It's not like I didn't just see a kid the size of an 8-year-old punt a dinosaur a few miles to the left." When Hachiman finally found his voice, it came out in a stammer. What?" Goku's grin widened. "It's a good thing I was nearby, huh? Dinosaurs can be pretty tough if you're not careful." He didn't know how to respond to that. He didn't know how to respond to any of this. All he could do was nod weakly, the words catching in his throat. This wasn't just a dream or a delusion. This was real, and he was in Dragon Ball. What the hell am I going to do in this world? I'm just a normal-ass 17-year-old, and this is fucking Dragon Ball. Dinosaurs are like the weakest of the goddamned weak in this place. The only thing more terrifying than being chased by a dinosaur was the knowledge of what dangers lay ahead in a world like this. And if he didn't figure out what to do soon, this brief moment of safety would be short-lived. Hachiman sighed, shoulders slumping in resignation. Great, all I wanted was to buy groceries. And now I'm getting saved by Goku of all things. Goku laughed, seemingly unfazed by Hachiman's bewilderment. "You must be hungry after all that running. Want to come with me? I know a place with lots of food," Goku suggested, unsure of what else to do. Sure, he agreed. It wasn't like he had any other plan. Right now, surviving felt like enough of a victory. As he followed Goku, who was blissfully unaware of the current state of mind, Hachiman couldn't shake the feeling that his life had somehow spiraled out of his control for obvious reasons that are currently in front of him. He was still just a high school student, completely out of his element, but one thing was clear. Whether he liked it or not, his journey had begun. Hikigaya Hachiman was if nothing else cautious. Even with the overpowered kid that he was 4 feet away from at all times, he wasn't willing to risk it. Even if he could use one of his 108 skills, Stealth Hiki, it most likely wouldn't work on dinosaurs that could see him from a mile away. But if there was one thing to note, it was the wilderness that Goku lived in. The wilderness was alive with sounds: crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the gentle wind, and creatures that he could barely recognize from it, almost close to alien-like if it weren't for said alien protecting him. He couldn't help but feel like he was in a surreal fever dream. A bizarre cross between a nature documentary and an adventure manga, ironically enough. There was still a small irrational part of Hikigaya that believed that at some point, he would wake up in his small, cluttered room. The familiar ceiling staring back at him, as his sister berates him for not making dinner. But at some point, he had to come to the conclusion that he was not going to see his sister, or his so-called acquaintances, again. He was here, in Dragon Ball, with a hyperactive Goku leading the way. He wasn't sure if this was the start of a grand adventure or a waking nightmare. Probably the second, with how his luck has been. Every now and then, Goku would turn to check if Hikigaya was keeping up. He grinned wide, always curious. "You're really not used to walking, huh?" he'd remark innocently, which only served to annoy him. "Punk, I'll have you know I bike my way to school every day." Although he wouldn't say that to the kid who saved him, "I'm not used to getting lost in the wilderness either," he remarked sarcastically. His sarcastic remarks didn't seem to faze Goku, who simply laughed in response. "What's so funny about that?" he questioned. "You talk all weird," Goku said, giggling as if it helped his self-esteem. "But it's okay, it's fun," he said without a care in the world. Hikigaya had to hold back a groan. His usual social defenses, aloof sarcasm and deflecting humor, weren't as effective on this innocent, straightforward kid. It was fair, since Goku was probably not smart enough to comprehend what cynicism is, whether he was a kid or not. "Where are we even going?" Hikigaya asked after a while, hoping to steer the conversation toward something productive of his own survival. "Home," Goku said cheerfully. "I've got food there. You can have some if you're hungry." Hikigaya paused for a moment. It felt surreal to be relying on a child for basic survival, but he was hardly in a position to refuse. Besides, he would never turn down an opportunity to have free food. "I'll never say no to free food, I guess." He felt a familiar sense of resignation settle over him. No point in complaining. He'd learned long ago that complaining wouldn't change anything. All it does is make people think you're incapable of doing some of the simplest things imaginable. After all, if you only complain, how will you get anything useful out of life? But, for now, he'd just have to go along with whatever absurdity came next and hope it didn't get him killed. As they walked, Goku kept pointing out random landmarks with childlike enthusiasm. That's where I fought a giant bear, he exclaimed, gesturing toward a rocky hillside. And over there's where I caught a big fish, Goku said as he kept rambling on about his adventures on MT. Paozu, Hachiman replied distractedly. He wasn't really listening, his mind was racing with half-formed plans and fragmented memories of Dragon Ball. He knew enough to grasp the general direction of where this was headed, but he lacked any specifics. He was starting to regret only being a Dragon Ball Z fan and not take a peek into Dragon Ball. But he remembered that Goku would eventually meet Bulma, and they would go on a journey to collect the Dragon Balls. Beyond that, the details were hazy. If he were honest with himself, he didn't really know what he was doing. Goku was his only lifeline in this strange world, and staying close to him seemed like the safest option. That, or trying to find a way to hide out and survive on his own, which wasn't exactly his strong suit. He wasn't an outdoorsman, as an expert at avoiding social interaction and doing the bare minimum in school. Eventually, they reached a small clearing with a tiny wooden house. Goku opened the door without hesitation, inviting Hachiman inside. The interior was cramped and cluttered, with a few old trinkets and a makeshift futon in the corner. It wasn't much, but Goku seemed proud of it. "I'll get us something to eat, okay?" he had said as he was going through what looked like very large containers of mystery meat. "Thanks," Hachiman replied, eyeing the house with mild apprehension. He wasn't used to being in unfamiliar places very often, especially a place that looks like it hasn't been worked on in years. After a while, Goku had decided to pull out one of the largest fishes that he had ever seen in his life. He swore that it was at least 6 times the size of the boy. It was still strange seeing him carry it out as if it were nothing. Goku had soon put the fish roasting over a fire. Hachiman watched the kid in disbelief as he handled everything with practiced ease. It made him slightly envious of him handling that fish in such a way while looking good, while he on the other hand can only make curry and is basically useless in cooking besides that. The silence stretched on as they ate, and Hachiman found himself staring at his meal, lost in thought. One of the reasons is because Goku was devouring food that was the size of him. And he gave me the same amount, so it was hard to comprehend. But he couldn't stop thinking about his family, his sister, Kamachi, in particular, as well as the people from the club. He misses the bantering, how they insulted him for his eyes, and how they still wanted to be around him despite it. He doesn't want to think about how worried Kamachi is about him right now. "Hey, Hachi?" Goku's voice broke through his thoughts. "Hachi," he thought but ultimately ignored it. What?" He looked up at him. "Are you okay?" Goku's voice pulled him from his thoughts, and he blinked, looking over at the kid who was sitting across the campfire from him. Goku had been roasting another fish on a stick, completely absorbed in the process until now. Hachiman shifted, trying to brush off the heavy feeling in his chest. "Yeah, I'm fine," he muttered, though he doubted he sounded convincing. Hachiman remembered Goku mentioning his grandpa a few times. Goku had lost him not recently, but clearly enough to still remember him fondly. Maybe there was more to Goku than Hachiman gave him credit for. He sighed and ran a hand through his messy hair. "I was just thinking about my family, my sister and a few others." Goku tilted his head, his big, curious eyes focused on Hachiman. "You miss them, huh?" he said more gently than he expected him to. "Yeah," Hachiman said softly. Eyeing that it felt as if a 100-pound weight fell out of his mouth. He didn't want to admit it. He wanted to believe that he was stronger than that. But he was not. Saying it made the truth of it hit him even harder. "It's weird. I always thought I'd be fine on my own, that I didn't really need people around. But now that I'm here, I miss them. Kamachi's, Mom's, Uegahama's, Yukinoshida's." Even Ishiki's face flashed within his mind again. He wondered what would they even think if they knew where he was. They'd call him dumb for not being careful, maybe even shed a few tears if they thought he wouldn't come back. But they weren't here. They were probably living their life without him, unaware that he was stuck in some bizarre world with no way to get back. Then Goku smiled, his expression as bright and innocent as ever. "Don't worry, you'll see them again." "I know it." Hachiman raised an eyebrow in his weariness. "How can you be so sure?" I asked, hoping for some kind of miracle. "I know the Dragon Balls can't send me back. Kami can't travel through universes." "Because," Goku's eyes sparkled with certainty. "Good things always happen if you keep moving forward. Pa used to say that when I was feeling sad." Hachiman couldn't help but let out a soft, bitter laugh. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe in such optimism, but he had always been a realist, a pessimist by nature. You're too positive for your own good, you know that? Goku grinned, his teeth flashing in the firelight. Maybe, but it works for me. Despite himself, Hachiman felt a small, reluctant smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It was strange. Goku's boundless optimism was exhausting, but at the same time, it had a way of making the weight in his chest feel just a little lighter. Abe it was because Goku was just so simple, he didn't ask for anything, didn't expect anything, and yet, his presence was oddly comforting. It was so much easier to talk without thinking they have sort of motivation to get something out of you, or for them to never talk to you again after spilling your guts to them. In a way, Goku reminded Hachiman of Kamachi. Not in terms of personality, of course. Kamachi was far more manipulative than Goku could ever be. But, the way he never seemed to question the goodness of the world, that reminded Hachiman of his sister's unwavering faith in him as a brother. Kamachi always believed in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. And now, it felt like Goku was offering him that same kind of blind faith. I guess it's not so bad, Hachiman muttered, more to himself than to Goku. Having someone around, the ache of missing his family wasn't gone. It never would be, not completely. But with Goku by his side, it felt a little more bearable. Like maybe, just maybe, he could get through this. Days passed, and a peculiar rhythm developed between them. Goku would wake up at dawn, brimming with energy and enthusiasm, while Hikigaya dragged himself out of bed with reluctant groans. Would it be so hard to invest into some better beds, Goku? He said as he stretches out to make sure he doesn't pull something later. What does invest mean, Hachi? Goku asked as he was oblivious to such a word. As I got to know very soon, Goku didn't know many words, so I decided to pick up the slack and help him out when he doesn't know something, unlike the others. It means to buy or save up for something to your benefit, Goku. Might as well use that second-class placement in my literature class for something. It's not like it's gonna help against Raditz. He would probably blast me to the moon before I got a chance to speak. As the morning passed by, Goku and Hikigaya would go out into the woods and catch something to eat later on, although it was mainly Goku who hunted the more dangerous stuff, and while Hikigaya fished, but most of the time it was too big for Hikigaya to pull in and he got dragged into the lake as a result and Goku would have to fish him out. But it was the little stuff that counted, he thought to himself, trying to ignore the fact he was probably being a burden. After that, Goku would go on to practice his martial arts that he does every day without fail. As he continued to watch, Hikigaya realized Goku's training was intense and deliberate, with movements that were fluid and focused. Goku attacked old logs in a clearing, performing techniques that he must have been taught by his late grandfather. Each punch and kick was practiced, like memories embedded in muscle and mind. The kid wasn't just good, he was disciplined and wild at the same time. It was hard to predict what he was going to do next. It felt as if it was completely random, but that's likely due to my lack of experience. Why do you keep doing that? Hikigaya asked one day, curiosity pushing past his usual apathy for the sake of his own curiosity. You already know how to fight, don't you? Goku stopped mid-punch, turning to face him with a smile. Grandpa always said to keep practicing, even if you're good, he replied earnestly. That way, you'll be ready when you need to be, plus it's fun, Hachi. He said, ready for what? Hikigaya asked with a bit of curiosity, expecting something like animals or monsters. I don't know, there will always be someone bigger than you, so I have to keep getting better to make sure that there are less bigger things to me. He said with a smile. I didn't really expect that out of him, if I'll be honest. Hikigaya thought in surprise. Hikigaya couldn't argue with the logic. He himself would know Kanside Ring what kind of monsters there are inside of Z. But then realization that he would need to defend himself someday was unsettling, more than it should have been. A week has passed, and Hachiman's growing unease refuses to fade. The more he observed Goku's training, the clearer it became that he couldn't keep relying on the kid as a bodyguard. It wasn't fair to either of them. So, despite almost everything inside of him telling him he will regret it, he had gone to ask some of Goku he thought he would never ask of him. To teach him martial arts. One evening, after they had finished eating, Hachiman hesitated before speaking up. He didn't want to say what he was about to, but the nagging voice in the back of his mind wouldn't let him stay quiet. Hey, Goku, he started, trying to keep his voice casual. Yeah? Goku turned to face him. eyes bright with curiosity. Hikigaya starts preparing himself to say what he needs to say. Do you think you could teach me to fight? He yells, feeling a little embarrassed as his cheeks heat up as he speaks the words. It felt ridiculous. He was probably going to saw, really? You want to learn Hachi? He asked, almost bouncing with enthusiasm. Yes, I do. After what you said a week ago, I couldn't get it out of my head. I realized if I was going to be able to survive, then I need to not always rely on you when I'm getting chased by a dinosaur. Are a monster, he said with a bit of guilt in his voice for relying on Goku for this long. Grandpa always said knowing how to defend yourself is really important. Goku said eagerly. I can show you what he taught me. Then I can have someone new to fight. He said with an enthusiasm that Hikigaya could never hope to replicate. I have a feeling I'll regret this, but it's required to survive and it's nice seeing Goku so happy. Hikigaya will take that last part to his grave. Kill me now, Hikigaya had said pathetically while Goku was laughing at how Hikigaya was trying to keep up at first. The first few days of training were rough. Hachiman's muscles ached in places he didn't even know existed, and his stamina was sorely lacking. Whoever said riding a bike made your stamina better was lying. Hikigaya thought bitterly. Goku's routine was relentless, and Hikigaya struggled to keep up. But despite the pain and exhaustion, he forced himself to continue. His motivation was to make he would eventually come back to his family. And if that isn't good motivation, then I don't know what is. Goku was an enthusiastic, if sometimes overwhelming, teacher. He showed Hachiman basic stances and punches, adjusting his posture with surprising patience. You've got to keep your balance, Goku would remind him, grinning as he demonstrated the proper form. And don't forget to breathe. If I didn't know any better I would say that Goku is quite the teacher in most things physically. It made me wonder why he never opened up a dojo, but I suppose it's an oversight by its creator. The kid clearly knew what he was doing, and Hikigaya couldn't afford to let what little pride he had left get in the way of learning. As the weeks turned into months, Hachiman found himself slowly improving. His punches were still a bit clumsy, and his kicks lacked precision, but he was starting to grasp the basics. It was strange, being part of something that felt so purposeful. Back in his old life, everything had felt like a meaningless grind. It all felt so pointless. Why try so hard to get almost nothing back? It didn't matter. If you weren't talented, then it did not truly matter, despite the work they put in. But it's safe to say that my perspective has changed when Goku had started teaching me. I started to look at the effort that I've been putting in, and it felt great, better than anything I felt in a long time. Hikigaya started to realize that Yukinoshita may have been onto something after all. Here, in this strange new world, every day felt like a new challenge. It was exhausting and frustrating, but it was also oddly fulfilling. As 6 months passed, Hachiman's relationship with Goku continued to evolve. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he found himself starting to care about the kid. Goku's enthusiasm and kindness were disarming, breaking through Hachiman's usual walls with an ease that was both comforting and terrifying. It was hard not to like Goku, but here was a growing sense of camaraderie between them, something unspoken but real. Hikigaya found himself watching out for Goku in small ways, like making sure the kid didn't accidentally eat poisonous berries or wander too close to dangerous creatures. One day, as they were sparring in a clearing near Mt. Paozu, finally landed a punch on Goku, surprising himself, but due to that surprise Goku landed a swift punch to Hachiman's side, knocking the wind out of him. Then he doubled over and fell to the ground. You're not blocking fast enough, Goku said, his tone more instructive than critical. You've got to be quicker, but good job at landing a hit on me for the first time, Hachi, Goku said while looking proud of Hikigaya, which made him feel a bit embarrassed that he was not able to hit a child for 6 months. Yeah, easier said than done, Hachiman muttered, wincing as he straightened up. He could feel a bruise forming where Goku had hit him, but he wasn't about to complain. He did hit him after all. Let's try again, Goku said eagerly, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Hachiman sighed, feeling a mixture of frustration and determination. He wasn't sure if he'd ever get the hang of this, but he couldn't give up, not until he can see them again. Age 749, month 7. He looked up at the sky, the stars twinkling brightly in the distance. This world was so different, so foreign, and yet there was something oddly peaceful about it. For the first time in a long time, Hikigaya felt like he wasn't running away from something. Instead, he was facing an unknown future with an open mind, however reluctantly. "Hey, Goku," Hachiman said, his voice almost hesitant. "Thanks, for putting up with me," he says, being a little guilty. Goku looked at him in confusion. "Why wouldn't I? You're my friend." Hachiman blinked, caught off guard by the simplicity of the statement. He wasn't used to people calling him a friend so easily. "I don't think anyone openly wanted to be my friend before." It was a weird feeling that Hikigaya had felt, as if something had just clicked. "Yeah," he said, a small, almost invisible smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "I guess I am your friend Goku." As the time passed, Hikigaya grappled with his situation. He was in a world he barely understood, with only vague memories of future events to guide him. But for now, he had a roof over his head, food to eat, and a strange, persistent kid who seemed to be his friend. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep going. Little did he know, however, that his life was about to change once again. A blue-haired girl in a flying capsule was on her way, and with her arrival, everything would shift into a new, unpredictable chapter, as the true story begins. The sun was rising higher, bathing the forest in a warm morning glow, as the rest of the animals started to wake up, with the birds chirping happily, all while being oblivious to the young adult and the child near the pond. One was a wild-haired child with a monkey tail, using said tail to fish. The other was a lanky, dark-haired teenager, staring blankly at the rippling water with an almost pensive expression. Igaya Hachiman couldn't help but sigh as he tried to fish. You would think it would get easier to fish, considering that's been one of the few things I've been doing for the past 5 to 6 months. It's hard to track time since Goku doesn't have a calendar. At this point he felt as if he held that bamboo rod longer than he held a pencil, and that is saying a lot. Goku, on the other hand, was all smiles, tugging on a line tied to his tail like it was the most natural thing in the world. Using your tail for fishing is definitely cheating, Hikigaya remarked, trying to hide his jealousy behind a deadpan tone. Us normies have to suffer waiting in one place hoping the fish are stupid enough to take a bite. Back on his own world, he could leave the fishing pole buried a little bit into the ground and that would be enough for it to know. In this world apparently if you caught a fish if it starts zooming into the water to never be seen again. Really? Goku replied, blinking with genuine surprise. He seemed to ponder this new information for a moment before grinning even wider. "Well, Grandpa always said to use everything I got." Of course, Hikigaya thought to himself, a faint bitter smile creeping onto his lips despite himself. Leave it to Goku to try and make cheating seem noble within the eyes of many. Am I the next main villain now? I suppose you're right about using everything you got. But I know you're doing this on purpose. You literally brought a pole. Hikigaya said to him while going into a deadpan expression. "Oh, that's in case my tail runs away," Goku had said to him as if it was the most common knowledge in the world. "Goku, tails don't run away," Hikigaya had said while being slightly annoyed at whoever told him that his tail could run away. But he was used to Goku's strange yet innocent perspective on the world. It was refreshing in a way. Younger kids back home always seemed so not like Goku, but I guess that's what makes him one of a kind. After a while they both caught something. "Looks like I win this time, Goku," Hikigaya said with a smug expression, knowing better than the Saiyan himself. There's no way. "My fish is way bigger than yours." He wasn't wrong. His fish was bigger, but that's not what they were agreeing on when Goku challenged him. He said whatever fish was the biggest, which means heavier, longest, and size. "I know that this fish in particular has one of the densest bones I have ever seen. 6 months ago I would have never been able to pick it up, even if I trained for a lifetime. Now while still somewhat heavy, I can pick it up as if it were a 25-pound dumbbell. I wonder if it's the training or the food." So while Goku had won the size part of the challenge, he won the length and W8 part of it, which meaning he won 2 out of the 3 criteria. Goku still argued about it, not knowing who the true king of fishing is about 2% of the time. "Cocky, I know." However, his head had shrunk back down when Goku gave him that second fish that weighed almost as much as his. "Well, if mines don't weigh that much, then I guess you can hold on to it then," Goku said as he ran away to the house. "Smooth move, Goku. It seems your pettiness has grown since the time I've spent with you. I would be proud if I didn't have to walk 15 miles to your house while carrying it." Hikigaya will not be in for a nice walk. And it's not just because he has to walk 15 miles while carrying 250 pounds worth of fish. Pav, come on, there's got to be something around here. She muttered, her eyes darting between the road and her dragon radar. She said as she was drumming her fingers over her steering wheel impatiently as she started to slow down. And realizing that she was in the middle of nowhere on a dirt road. As she was starting to lose hope, her dragon radar beeps intermittently as the screen starts displaying a dot nearby her location. Her heart fluttered with excitement. She was close to the Dragon Ball. Yes, finally, I've been looking for days for this Dragon Ball. It should be at least within 20 miles from what this radar says. Her excitement started to die down as she realized that the road she was on had started to derail into a path that was barely maintained. However, this had not stopped her, knowing that the Dragon Ball LL was so close after looking for so long. She had started to get impatient and sped up even faster than what was safe on a road like this. I better not be out here chasing a wild goose, she grumbled. She's been driving on dirt roads for what seemed like hours, and it didn't help that she clearly didn't pack enough for such a trip. She hoped that it was not another false reading as well. Her fath had said she was overloading the circuits on the Dragon radar, but she checked over 1,000 times by now, so there was absolutely no way that it was broken. Once I get my hands on all the Dragon Balls, I'm going to wish for a boyfriend who doesn't get on my nerves. She huffed as her voice echoed slightly in the empty car, and she sighed in response, feeling ridiculous for talking to herself. But there was no way she'd back down. Not when she was this close. Even if her latest leads were weak, she was Bulma Briefs, and she didn't quit. The car jolted slightly as it ran over a rock, shaking her focus. She let out an annoyed yelp and adjusted her grip on the steering wheel. Stupid road, she muttered under her breath. She glanced at the Dragon radar, the blinking dot now steady and tantalizingly near. She was close, and she could feel the thrill of the hunt tingling at the tips of her fingers. She knows how close she is now. It was enough to taste it, or so as the radar says. Bulma's fingers tapped the wheel anxiously, her impatience growing with every mile. The road wasn't exactly built for speed, but she couldn't help it. She pressed the gas pedal harder, the car lurching forward in response. A rustling sound reached her ears. She blinked, focusing on the road ahead. Was there something moving out there? Her mind raced, picturing a wild animal or some strange creature emerging from the brush. I hope it's not some wild animal or bandit. I know that it's Dino country around here, so I better keep my eyes peeled, she thought cautiously. But just as she tried to reassure herself, something stepped out of the trees, a figure, standing on the side of the road. Her heart jumped to her throat, and her first instinct was to slam on the brakes, but it was too late. The tall figure in her path, who was carrying fish that were the size of him, stepped forward in her path. Bulma's eyes went wide, and time seemed to slow. Oh no, she gasped, jerking the wheel instinctively to avoid the person. But it was too late as she had hit the person at full force, sending him into a tree. Oh my God, did I just, she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Her hands were shaking as she fumbled with the door, adrenaline making it hard to even think. She threw the door open and scrambled out of the car, nearly stumbling as her feet hit the dirt. She saw the figure she'd hit lying on the ground, a boy with dark hair and a disheveled look. He was groaning and rubbing his head, seemingly more annoyed than injured. Bulma's heart didn't slow down, though. Are you okay? She shouted, rushing toward him. Oh my God, I am so sorry. The boy looked up at her with a glare that sent a chill down her spine. His eyes were intense, almost unnervingly sharp like some demon, and she felt her stomach tighten with guilt and fear. What were you thinking? She cried, her voice slightly hysterical. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hikigaya Hachiman Pav. You know, this kind of feels like deja vu. Hikigaya had thought as he realized that he was not really all that hurt. I guess Goku's training is really helping me adapt to this world, huh? But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Are you okay? She shouted, rushing toward him. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Do I look fine? He thought as he glared at whoever hit him. What were you thinking? She cried, her voice slightly hysterical. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I ignore her words as he starts to recognize who this girl is. He thought that it must have been bad and good luck that she hit him. I'll be fine, lady. I took hits harder than this before. I really did. Goku sparing is no joke. A serious hit from him feels like 5 of those cars. Okay, that's good, as she sighs in relief. Th. And it seemed like she came to a revelation. Why weren't you looking where you were going? Now my car's busted. I wouldn't be surprised if you were blind if it weren't for your ugly snake eyes. Ah, I guess I am the villain today. He thought sarcastically. Lady, I wasn't the one going 90 miles an hour on a dirt path. How is this my fault? He said with exasperation that only a guy that's been bullied since elementary school could muster. With how fast she was going, I thought she was going to be some kind of turbo granny. He was thinking, annoyed. And who the hell is she to insult his eyes? I got them from my mother. You should have looked before going on the path. Now I'm stranded here until I find the dragon bell. She decided that talking right now was probably not a great decision. And so the story begins. He thought with conviction. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. But since your car is broken down, you can come with me to get something to eat since most of the supplies in your car are likely destroyed. He said nonchalantly, hoping to convince her to come with him. I guess it's the least you could do considering you hit me after all, she said as she started gathering up some of her capsules. Then she realized something. I don't think I caught your name, Snake Eyes, she said as if my confidence was as indestructible as Boo. He sighs as if introducing himself was a chore. The name is Hikigaya Hachiman. Yours? She looked a bit weirded out. What kind of name is Hikigaya Hachiman? I'm Bulma Briefs, but just call me Bulma. After Hikigaya picked up the fish that was thrown out of his arms, they started walking to the house that Goku and Hikigaya have been residing in. Bulma was starting to feel guilty for running Hikigaya over, so she felt it was necessary to apologize to him. Look, Hikigaya, I really didn't mean to hit you. I was just distracted, okay? I'm on a mission here, Bulma had said somewhat seriously. Hikigaya, feeling a little petty, decided to mess with her. A mission to run people over? If that's so, then you're doing a bad job, he quipped, his dry humor catching her off guard. Bulma opened her mouth to retort but stopped herself, frustration and guilt tangling into a knot in her chest. She was used to being the smartest person in the room, but this boy's sarcasm was throwing her off her game. Still, she had to keep her composure. Look, I'm serious, she sighs as she continues. I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention, and I really didn't mean to hit you, she said again, her voice softer this time. Hikigaya was feeling a bit guilty now for making that joke. Hikigaya's gaze softened slightly, though he still seemed annoyed. He took a slow, deep breath. Look, Bulma, you didn't really hurt me that bad. I'll be fine. Just be more careful next time, okay? She nods as they continue up the mountain to his home of the last 7 months. When they got to his home, Goku was waiting on Hikigaya to get home, most likely to get cooking. But then he noticed how Hikigaya looked. While not as bad as he does when they're sparring, he still looked a bit scuffed up. Hachi, are you okay? A young boy with wild black hair came running toward them, looking at Hachiman with wide, worried eyes. He startled Bulma as he thought that Hikigaya lived alone in this mountain. She was thrown off by his odd outfit and primitive-looking staff. Who's this kid? She asked Hikigaya. Goku, Hachiman sighed. It's fine. I'm not seriously hurt. He looks at Bulma. Bulma, this is Son Goku. Then he looks at Goku. Goku, this is Bulma Briefs. Goku relaxed knowing that Hikigaya is fine, and Goku also realized this was a girl. Hikigaya taught him the difference between a girl and a boy when Goku one day decided he wanted to pat down on Hikigaya's jewels to see if he was a girl or boy. He then realized that he should never do that again unless he wants to have Hikigaya punt him off a cliff. His grandpa Gohan Ha-D also told him to treat girls with respect. Well, if Hachi thinks you're fine, then I will too. I'll cook some food for you guys, okay? Bulma hesitantly agreed, and before long, we found ourselves back at Goku's house. The small, cozy structure was nestled among the trees like a relic of simpler times. I noticed the look on Bulma's face, a mixture of curiosity and disbelief as she took in the small building that Hikigaya had called a home. She thought it was more of a shack in her opinion, but she didn't complain. After all, Hikigaya could have let her stranded. While Goku busied himself cooking outside, Bulma wandered inside and laid eyes on the small, round object resting on a shelf, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Hikigaya had a stoic face, but on the inside he was elated. I can finally go somewhere else that isn't empty. Paozu, I'll have to keep up my act for now. Pleased with himself. Without thinking twice, Bulma tried to reach for it, her fingers brushing against the glass. But Hikigaya wasn't going to let it slide. Don't even think about it, Bulma, I warned, my voice low and sharp. She flinched, turning to see me standing in the doorway, arms crossed. My eyes bore into hers, and she visibly recoiled, her confident facade crumbling. What are you talking about? I just thought it was Pret. Hikigaya raised an eyebrow. That's the last thing Goku's grandpa left him. You really want to take it without a good reason? Bulma's face turned red, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. But she stammered, and finally, she sighed in defeat. Fine, fine, I was going to ask him later anyway. Why would you want this, Bulma? And don't lie to me, I asked, hoping my glare was enough to keep her from lying outright. With a sigh, she began explaining her quest for the Dragon Balls, Ntioning the legend of the wish and her grand plan. Well, from the story standpoint, I'm pretty sure that she's not lying. But what kind of petty wish is it to have the perfect boyfriend? I don't want. Now imagine if Vegeta got transported here early, that would be hell. Some far-off planet. Why do I feel as if some insect is talking about me? It's probably Raditz or some Frieza soldier Vegeta. You think I didn't know that, Nappa? After Bulma told me the whole story about the Dragon Balls, I decided to call Goku into the house and I told Bulma to relay what she said to me about the Dragon Balls. I wasn't surprised that Goku said that he didn't want her to take his Dragon Ball. It was Grandpa Gohan's after all. So, because of that, Bulma decided to do something that was quite stupid to do considering who Goku is. And considering Hikigaya was as well. If you give me the Dragon Ball, I'll show you my pant. Hikigaya covers Goku's eyes. We will not be doing that, Bulma. As I Ted to glare at her. At this point I might as well consider it one of my 108 skills. Hikigaya thought as Bulma froze up from the glare. Hikigaya sighs as he tries to figure something out. Let me talk to Goku for a minute, okay? As he takes Goku to the fireplace, making sure the Dragon Ball is with them. Alright Goku, I got an idea that will let you keep the Dragon Ball while also having Bulma her wish, or someone else's considering what the wish is. Goku was a bit reluctant. He trusted Hikigaya, but he was not willing to let go of his grandpa's Dragon Ball. But because of his trust in Hikigaya, he was willing to hear him out. What is your plan, Hachiman? Unsurprised by his seriousness, Hikigaya goes on to explain. I'm sure you wonder how it will be possible to make sure you keep your grandpa Dragon Ball. But my idea is that you keep it on you while we go with Bulma in order to make sure that Bulma can make her wish and you get to keep your grandpa's Dragon Ball. Hikigaya knew that Goku would jump at the chance to explore the world with him, even if Bulma is going with them. Are you sure I'll be able to keep the Dragon Ball, Hachi? Goku says, still a bit weary, but I reassure him, I'll make sure of it. Goku, I promise. God, I hate promises, but this is the only way. After hearing Hikigaya promise him that he will make sure the Dragon Ball stays his, he knows what to say. Well, since you promised, that means you're serious about it, Goku says as he smiles at him. Let's go tell Bulma, Hachi. Not even 5 minutes later. So let me get this straight, you'll let me have the Dragon Ball. But you and Goku have to come along? Bulma stated, not hiding her annoyance at the situation that is presenting itself to her. Yes, that's correct. Goku wants to keep his Dragon Ball, so after your wish he wants it back, but he wants to have his Dragon Ball on him for safekeeping. If you don't like the arrangement, then you can leave. Hikigaya stated, not changing his mind. Damn it. She muttered to herself, fine, I can make it happen. Yay, you hear that, Hachi? We can go on an adventure. Goku said while looking as if he was about to bounce off the walls in excitement. At the chance to go around the world to possibly get stronger. Hikigaya chuckles at Goku's enthusiasm and Bulma's defeated expression. It seems the story is beginning. For the first time in my life, I feel excited to travel with the people I like, although Bulma has quite a ways before I call her a friend. But if Goku could be friends with her, then I'm sure I can later on, thought Hikigaya, TTY happy with himself knowing that he was able to make sure Bulma would accept them. But then he thought of the reason why he is wanting to get stronger. Maybe not this time, but when I get the chance I'll ask anyway. If there's even the slightest chance I get to see them again, even if it's just for a second, I'll do it. I don't care how strong I need to be in order to see them again. Hikigaya used to be one for sleeping in. What's not great about it, you get to wake up feeling like you were in hibernation for the winter. And while his sister used to call him stupid for sleeping in for so long, it was the most comfortable he ever thought he could be. But that doesn't mean he cannot appreciate waking up early either. Hikigaya awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside the window of Goku's small home. The sunlight was creeping in from the small cracks in the walls, and Hikigaya loved every second of it. He sat up slowly, stretching his arms and back, and took a deep breath in as he has almost every day. Good morning, Hachi, Goku said, being about as energetic as usual. We've got a lot to cook today if we are able to have food for the rest of the trip. He said excitedly. Goku was up, preparing what looked like another feast for breakfast. Does he ever get tired of eating that much? Hikigaya wondered, half amused. Their routine rarely ever changed if Hikigaya was being honest. It was always fish, eat, train. Eat again, eat some more, then train one last time. Which could pretty much summarize what they had done for the last 7 months, not that he was complaining. It was some of the best 7 months he had ever had, besides not having his family and friends around and training until he could not feel his own skin. But to be honest, my results are quite significant for just training for 7 months. I look like one of those fitness nuts that dedicate their life to just trying to get as much muscle as possible. Honestly, I think it's something in the food, but I won't complain. Hikigaya's thoughts were not far off of what he was looking at. While definitely more lean than bulky, he can definitely give Yamcha a competition on how big he looks, and why. He knows that muscle doesn't mean much here. I mean, look at Goku. Hikigaya still thinks that it's nice to see how much he has changed since his arrival. After a while, Goku cooked what had to be a literal ton of fish. Not that he doesn't understand, considering the kind of diet that Goku has, but come on, this is ridiculous. He thought as he walked over to Goku. Hey Goku, don't you think this is a bit much? He asked with a bit of bewilderment as it looks bigger than what it did when he was standing over by the house. I'm making extra today, Hachi. Goku called over his shoulder. Sink. We're going on an adventure to find all of the Dragon Balls. I'll need all of the energy I can get. He said as if this amount of food wasn't enough for 3 people for an entire lifetime. I understand, Goku. But it looks like you're stocking up to eat half the world's food supply on the road. He knows that there is no way that Goku will be able to carry all of that for the whole trip, but luckily enough. He remembers that Bulma has capsules, so it shouldn't be that much of a problem, and she should be able to agree to this considering she said that she used up almost all of her supplies looking for Goku's Dragon Ball. Hikigaya then realized that Bulma may be able to help him with something he has been worrying about the first few weeks he had come here. He's hoping that Bulma may be able to make him a charger for his phone. As he was going to get his belongings, he found himself staring at the small collection of items he had left from his old world. There was his phone, dead now, but holding memories he wasn't ready to part with. There was his wallet, now utterly useless, and the old, ruined clothes he had arrived in. He ran his hand over the fabric, remembering the good times he had in his old world. It feels like it's been forever since I've heard my sister's voice. I think I'm starting to forget what it sounds like. He glanced over at Goku, who was humming a tune that Hikigaya didn't recognize as he worked on the food for the trip. The familiarity of the scene brought a strange warmth to his chest. I honestly think the only thing that has been keeping me from going insane is Goku. If it were any other person than Goku keeping me grounded, I would have probably not seen the adventure I'm about to go on. He thinks as he is grateful to Goku for saving him and keeping him company when he needed it the most. I'm going to miss this, he realized, feeling an unexpected pang of nostalgia for something that wasn't even over yet. But there was no use dwelling on it now. They had agreed to go on this journey together, and Hikigaya knew staying here would mean stagnating while the rest of the world moved forward. He needed to get stronger, not just to survive, to get strong enough in order to see his family and friends again. That's what kept nagging at the back of his mind. If he wanted to be more than just a background character, he couldn't stay put on MT. Paozu. After they finished breakfast and packed up, Hikigaya approached Bulma, who was busy tinkering with a capsule that had broken open the day before. Hey Bulma, I need to ask you something, he said, catching her attention. She turned her head, raising an eyebrow. What now? She wonders with annoyance. Yeah? What's up? She said, a little impatient. I wanted to ask you if there's a way you could make a charger for this, he said, holding up his phone. It's dead, but it has some important pictures on it. I don't want to lose them. Bulma, now sobering up, realizing that this is somewhat important, takes a closer look at the phone to examine it, as she is a little bit surprised. What kind of phone is this? The design is pretty sleek, definitely not from around here, she asked, a bit curious of where Hikigaya could get such a piece of technology. My parents gave it to me for my birthday. I don't really know, he says as he passes off his half-life flawlessly. She's TTLE annoyed that he doesn't know, but she lets it go. It'll take some work, but I think I can try to rig something together. No promises on when it'll be ready, though, she tells him with uncertainty. Not that Hikigaya was worried whether she could or not. This is the same girl who reverse-engineered a spaceship after all. I'm pretty sure a charger is light work for her. That's fine, Hikigaya replied, nodding. He appreciated her not asking for more details. He wasn't sure how to explain the full story. And to be honest, he didn't think she'd believe him. What would I say anyways? That I literally saw everything that happens in your life? That's psychotic behavior. The less complicated things were for him, the better. Just make sure Goku doesn't try to eat it, he added as a joke, causing Bulma to let out a laugh. Yeah, that kid's a real handful, she agreed. A few hours later, they set off not long after that, with Bulma's motorcycle serving as their transportation. The vehicle wasn't exactly built to accommodate 3 people comfortably, and the situation was even more awkward with Goku piggybacking on Hikigaya, who tried his best not to complain. This is so cool, Goku exclaimed, clinging to Hachiman's back with a broad grin on his face. I'm glad at least one of us is enjoying this, Hikigaya muttered under his breath. His position was far from comfortable, and the constant bumps in the road weren't doing his back any favors. But he thinks that this is better than having to spar with Goku today. At least he won't be knocked out 50% of the time with each match they have. Although he knows that he's going to ask him to spar with him as soon as they take camp for the night. God, I wish I could have senzu beans some of the times I spar with Goku. They traveled through thick forests, across shallow rivers, and over rocky hills. Each step of the journey felt surreal to Hikigaya, a strange mix of wonder and dread. During one of their stops where Bulma had to use the bathroom, of which Hikigaya tells her to do it somewhere hidden, it's Dino country still after all, Goku convinced Hachiman to spar with him in an open field, as I expected. I should have known that he'll not let me slack today, Hikigaya thought with a gloomy expression. They start to go to the open field and go about as wide as they would from each other from Mt. Paozu. At first it was really hard to track his movements, with how random it looked, but now that I've been sparring with him for a while now, I can tell what most of his movements are now, but he's a combat genius. If he notices that I know a habit of his, he will change it up almost immediately. That's why it's so hard to fight him half of the time, and now that I've gotten a bit stronger, he's now likely to not underestimate me. He stopped doing so after I hit him that one time. Hikigaya had thought strategically. If he was going to get some contact with Goku more often, he'll have to play it patiently and see if there's an opening for him to exploit. Goku flashed his serious expression. Are you ready, Hachiman? Taking a deep breath and adopting his stance. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the Saiyan boy in front of him. He knew Goku wouldn't underestimate him this time. Ever since that one punch that had landed hard, Goku had started taking their sessions more seriously. His playful nature that he always has was replaced by focus. About as ready as I ever am, Hachiman replied, knowing that he needs to take this spar seriously or he'll get really hurt again. They began circling each other slowly, testing the waters to see who would go first. Hikigaya, as usual, waited. Goku, feeling impatient, starts to initiate and shoots forward, launching a quick series of probing jabs ND punches that Hachiman parries with some difficulty. His eyes start scanning for an opening due to his impatience. He's trying to be random and unpredictable again, but unfortunately for you, Goku, I know all the signs by now and that will be your downfall. Hikigaya shifted a bit to the side, then deflected a hit that was aimed towards his midsection. He knows that Goku is trying to test out his defense and seeing if he can spot any cracks within his armor. Despite how Goku is likely twice as strong as Hikigaya, Hikigaya learned to hold his own in a battle by relying on control and counters, while unlike Goku, who has a wild and explosive style, his is more calculated, waiting for his opponents to make even a single mistake that could cost it their match or life. He'll get impatient soon, Hachiman thought, holding his stance as Goku continued his barrage of attacks that he kept on deflecting. Then, he'll go for something riskier. Goku's strikes came faster, seeking any lapse in Hachiman's defenses. Finally, the younger Saiyan's impatience showed. He overextended slightly on a punch aimed for Hachiman's shoulder. This is it. Seizing the moment, Hachiman sidestepped, redirected Goku's arm, then delivered a sharp elbow to Goku's ribs, sending him stumbling back a couple yards. It seems as if the style I've been using is finally starting to pay off, he thinks, as Goku quickly recovers and he looks at Hikigaya in surprise, though he grinned. Nice one, Hachiman. Hikigaya barely had time to process what he said before Goku charged again, his eyes alight with excitement. Realizing that he is making Goku go all out now, Hikigaya knew he'd need to be careful Goku wouldn't fall for the same move twice, but neither will he. This time, Goku sped up even faster than he did earlier. It was already hard to deflect his movements beforehand, now it is almost impossible. Eventually Hikigaya's armor finally cracked as a swift kick came from below, aiming for Hachiman's leg. He tried to avoid it by jumping out of the way, but he used his tail to grab onto his leg, falling into his trap. Hikigaya twisted mid-fall, using his momentum to try and drag Goku down with him. Come on, just this once. I need to get him down. He grabbed Goku's shoulder, intending to reverse their positions. But Goku's grip was like an iron clamp. His strength kept him firmly in control. Hikigaya found himself pinned against the ground, the weight of Goku's strength pressing down on him. Oh well, maybe next time, but I won't give up being stronger. This is just the beginning after all. Panting, Hachiman looked up at Goku, who grinned with unfiltered excitement. That was really good, Hachi. You almost had me there with that counter. And that hit earlier, I really felt it. Hikigaya looked somewhat amused. It looks like you still tanked it as per usual, Goku, he said dryly, but he felt a minuscule amount of pride in those words he had given him. But he won't stop until he becomes an unstoppable force. But for now this will do. Hey boys, I'm back. What the hell? What happened to you guys? Bulma asked, looking worried but probably for herself rather than them. It was nothing much, Bulma. It was just me and Hachi sparring some, he said as if that spar had no effect on him, naturally. Geez Hikigaya, I thought you were the sensible one out of all of us. Why the hell did you give in to Goku? She asked, being a bit annoyed at both of them. I don't know what you mean. I'm still the most sensible around here. But it's not wrong to get stronger, is it? If anything, it's the most sensible thing I could do in this world since I'm not a complete genius like you, he said, hoping her nagging would stop if he appealed to her pride. Oh, stop it, you're making me blush. I think I would actually like you if you didn't have such scary eyes. Lucky enough for Hikigaya, he was spared from having to listen to Bulma's nagging for the rest of the day. A few days later, as they continued on their journey, the trio encountered various oddities and minor threats. While Bulma initially tried to lead the way, it became apparent that she wasn't exactly accustomed to the dangers of the wilderness. Such when it comes to certain flying creatures, or bandits that come across their way. Fortunately, Hikigaya and Goku were able to deal with most of the threats with ease, as most of the animals and bandits were pretty weak. Hikigaya found himself silently watching over both of them, feeling an odd sense of responsibility. He couldn't just sit back and let things happen, even if his gut instinct screamed at him to avoid unnecessary risks. After all, he had knowledge, albeit incomplete knowledge, of what lay ahead. That alone made it impossible for him to be completely passive and decided to try and fight more to build up experience against different opponents. Of course Goku helped out as well, but he let Hikigaya do most of the work because he felt as if it would be good for him to go against different types of threats. But that doesn't mean he won't get his hands dirty as well if it's too much for Hikigaya alone. One day, after dealing with a particularly aggressive group of bandits who had the brilliant idea of ambushing them from the trees, which was not such a great idea considering they only brought 5 people that were about as weak as Hikigaya when he first arrived, they stumbled upon a large talking turtle in the middle of the road. Whoa, a big turtle, Goku exclaimed, running up to it without a second thought. Usually if you see a talking turtle you run away from it, Goku, Bulma had thought, unaware of what Hikigaya was thinking at this time. Wait, that's Roshi's turtle. What the hell is he doing all the way out here? He thought with surprise, not knowing how such a large turtle could be all the way out here. Hey, could you guys help me? The turtle asked, its voice deep and slow. Bulma looked utterly baffled, while Goku seemed intrigued. Hikigaya, however, recognizes this as an opportunity. If I'm able to take the turtle to Master Roshi, then that means I'll be able to secure a spot to train with him, he mumbles out to himself. He knew Roshi was a renowned martial artist and one of the few people in the early Dragon Ball timeline capable of training him to reach new heights. If he could get Roshi's attention now, it might be a good way to secure that training later. Goku eagerly volunteered to carry the turtle, but Hachiman shook his head. I'll handle it, he said firmly. Why? Bulma asked, clearly looking unimpressed. That thing must weigh more than a ton. Goku's way stronger than you? She asked, not knowing why Hikigaya would take such a pointless burden. I want to be stronger, Hachiman replied, not elaborating further. He didn't need to justify himself to her. If he carried the turtle all the way back, he might earn Roshi's favor. It was worth a shot, even if it meant enduring a little hardship. I mean, how hard can it be? It's just a turtle that weighs a lot. He hoisted the turtle onto his back, gritting his teeth as the weight bore down on him. It wasn't unbearable, but it wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. You know that the nearest beach from here is about 58 miles from here, right? Bulma looked like she was not very confident in Hikigaya's abilities to carry the quarter-ton turtle. Shocker, right? It's fine, Bulma. I can handle something simple like this. Goku offered to help several times as well, but Hikigaya stubbornly refused. Bulma seemed more exasperated than anything, but she let him be. If I let Goku do all the work, what's the point of me being here? He thought. Step after step, it was starting to feel as if he was carrying the world behind his back, but he didn't stop. He knew that this would save him one day if he continued walking. The journey to the coast took longer than anticipated, and it felt like an eternity for Hikigaya, as he had to walk the entire day with a turtle strapped to his back. Later they came across something that looked like a mix between a bear and a bandit mixed together. Finally, something to do, Goku said, excitement lighting up his face. Just handle it quickly, Hikigaya muttered, shifting the turtle on his back. He didn't have the energy to deal with unnecessary distractions, not when his muscles were already starting to feel like they were failing on him. Goku leapt forward, dispatching the bear bandit with a single well-placed strike. It collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, and Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Goku made everything seem so effortless. They continued on, the miles passing slowly for Hikigaya. By the time they reached the beach, his legs were shaking, and he was drenched in sweat. He set the turtle down, his entire body aching from the strain, then collapsed into the ground. I never want to see another turtle again, he muttered, wiping his forehead while panting from the strain. You did a good job, Hachi, Goku says to him while looking proud of his friend. Bulma didn't say anything, but she did know that doing what he just did was quite an achievement for Hikigaya. So she won't spoil it by saying what he just did was stupid and reckless. Just as Bulma and Goku were preparing to leave, an old man with a long white beard and a turtle shell on his back approached them. Hikigaya recognized him instantly, Master Roshi, the legendary turtle hermit. Well, Roshi said, his voice filled with amusement. You three brought my friend back to me. I'm grateful. Goku perked up, clearly fascinated by the old man's appearance. Bulma looked unimpressed, still annoyed at having to walk so far. Hikigaya, on the other hand, was too tired to react. Much beyond standing back up straight and trying not to collapse right then and there. As a reward, I'll give wait a second, oh yeah. Nimbus, Roshi declared, summoning a small golden cloud from thin air. The sight of it filled Hachiman with both anticipation and dread. What is this thing? Hikigaya asked, pretending not to know. It's my old flying Nimbus. I used to be able to ride around on the thing all the time when I had pure of heart, but I'm not quite as youthful anymore. Roshi laughed pervertedly. Hikigaya had a feeling he wasn't going to pass the test, but it was worth try. Anyway, who wouldn't want a cloud to ride on after all? When he attempted to hop onto the Nimbus, he immediately fell through, landing face first in the sand. He rolled over, feeling more embarrassed than anything. Welp, that didn't work, he muttered tiredly, brushing the sand off his face. He handed the Nimbus over to Goku. You try, Goku, I have a feeling it will work for you. Goku eagerly jumped onto the cloud, and it held him effortlessly. He let out a laugh, floating above them with a look of delight on his face. Guess I'm not exactly pure of heart, Hachiman remarked dryly. Roshi chuckled, clearly amused at his remark. Well, young man, what can I do for you? Roshi asked, turning his attention to Hachiman. You brought my turtle back, after all. I figure you deserve a road for carrying him out from so far away. He asked quite curiously, considering he wants to get a read on his character. I want to train under you, Hachiman replied firmly, but he wasn't done. And Goku too. Roshi raised an eyebrow, wondering how he knows who he is. Oh, you want me to train both of you? Hikigaya nodded, ignoring the lingering exhaustion. Goku's strong, but he could be even stronger with the right training. Which is something I cannot provide. And I need to catch up if I want to keep up with him. Roshi scratched his beard thoughtfully, seeming to weigh the request. Well, it has been a while since I had some students. Plus this young man seems pretty genuine in his request. What the hell? After a moment, he nodded. Alright, you too. I don't usually take on students, but you brought my turtle back. So I'll make an exception. I can wait when you both are done with your quests, whatever that may entail. Hikigaya felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had secured training for both of them without consequences. Thank you. Bulma, however, seemed less than thrilled with how things were turning out. She shot him an irritated glare. You were supposed to ask for the Dragon Ball, you idiot. She hissed. Hikigaya completely forgot about that as he was more worried about securing training for himself and Goku. I have a bad feeling about this, but I'm too tired to care. Hachiman shrugged. Relax. I'm sure you can convince him. He knows how badly this is going to go for him, but he cannot find the will to care what happens to him when she gets it. Roshi's face lit up, and he turned to Bulma when she said that she'd do anything to get the Dragon Ball from him. Yes, there is something I've been wanting to see, he trailed off, clearly implying what he meant. Bulma's face turned red, and she clenched her fists in frustration. Hikigaya, I'm going to kill you after this. But after a brief internal struggle of planning Hikigaya's death, she let out a defeated sigh. Fine, just take a quick look, she muttered, lifting the hem of her dress slightly. Roshi's eyes widened, and he let out a delighted cackle before tossing the Dragon Ball over to Bulma. There you go, my dear. As promised, the look of embarrassment and anger on Bulma's face was priceless, but Hikigaya wisely kept his mouth shut. However, his silence didn't save him from Bulma's wrath that she was about to impose onto him. You, she yelled, rounding on him. This is all your fault. Bulma ran over to him and, crunch, he let out a choked groan, falling to his knees. He's now lucky if he ever gets to have children. Why me? He muttered, his voice strained. Goku floated down from the nimbus, tilting his head in confusion. Why do you kick Hachi, Bulma? While Goku looked at Hikigaya with some concern. Even he didn't cry out like that when they were sparring in the early months. He deserves every single second of it, Bulma replied, crossing her arms. Now let's get going. We've still got more Dragon Balls to find so I can get my perfect boyfriend, she said as she went off, her pride as a woman stunted. Goku didn't seem to understand the reasoning, but he shrugged and helped Hikigaya to stand up. He eventually managed to with some difficulty, but is determined not to let the pain stop him. As Hikigaya started walking weird towards the path they were going on to before to continue for the search of the Dragon Balls. Troublesome women, he sighed as the journey continued. Hachiman Hikigaya power level, 8-9, carrying 350 pounds for 58 miles. After leaving Roshi's island, Hikigaya found himself deep in thought, even as Goku floated blissfully on Nimbus overhead. Though Goku had insisted he was just stretching his legs, Hikigaya couldn't help think the kid was showing off a little. He was stuck on the motorcycle, watching the road bump by while Goku gilded effortlessly. Stupid floating cloud, needing a peer of heart while I have to deal with Bulma going over every single pothole in the trail, he thought to himself bitterly. It turned out that Bulma was still somewhat mad at Hikigaya earlier and made it her personal mission to annoy him for the rest of the day. Like going over every single pothole. As the mountain scenery rolled past, Hikigaya's mind drifted to the Dragon Balls. I don't think that I have to worry about Bulma making her wish since she probably meets Yamcha around this time. And from what I learned from GT, wait, why haven't I been using knowledge from GT? He thought, feeling a bit stupid. Most people did. OT considered GT to be the correct ending for Dragon Ball, but it does mention the past a little bit. I remember that one of the Shenrons said that the first wish the Z fighters ever made was for a pair of the most comfortable pair of underwear. Yeah, not such a good use. But maybe I can change that, he thought, knowing that he may be able to use the Dragon Balls in a better way than Oolong had. If I get Oolong out of the story, then I'll get my chance. I'm pretty sure that he does not have much significance. If I get him out of the story, then I'll get a wish, and it won't cause much of a change in the story. He thought analytically. I gotta try and see if I can go back to them. If I can, then it will be a win in my book. If I can't, well, I'll just have to figure out a wish that will help me become stronger. Hikigaya thought with an otherworldly determination that did not belong to him. The possibilities for what he could wish for tempted him, but he quickly put them aside as they made camp for the night. Once they set up, Goku grinned at him with that familiar gleam of excitement. Hachi, wanna spar again? He said, but there was also something else in his eyes, he couldn't quite tell. But he wrote it off as Goku being Goku. Sure Goku, just wait a second. I need to change into sparring clothes, he said as he went to change, missing the look that Goku gave him while he was going off. After they were done sparring for the day, they sat quietly by the campfire, the light casting long shadows over the forest. Bulma had wandered off to set up her capsule house, most likely getting ready to go to sleep for the night, leaving Hikigaya and Goku in a rare moment of stillness. Goku sat cross-legged, watching Hikigaya with him with a look of confusion. Hachi, he asked suddenly, breaking the silence. What was it like where you came from? You told me a little about your sister, but what about the other people you knew? He said, wondering if Hikigaya would be willing to answer that question. Hikigaya frowned, his gaze drifting to the fire as he tried to organize his thoughts. He usually kept these things to himself for a reason. His past, his relationships, his world. It would reveal that he is not from this place. But the look on Goku's face was so genuinely curious that he felt that he had to answer. It doesn't have to be everything. Maybe I'll just tell him about them. Well, he began, his voice almost reluctant. I guess I ended up with a few people who kept sticking around, despite who I am as a person. Goku tilted his head, interested. Why would you think about yourself like that? He said as if wondering why he was putting himself down. A heavy silence fell between them, and Hikigaya closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to his school days, the quiet, lonely afternoons spent alone, the small group of people he had slowly let in, only to leave them behind in the most abrupt way possible, with only a small hope of coming back to them. You know, he continued, back in my world, I was what you'd call a loner, apathetic, with what seemed to be the world against me. I thought that having anything that didn't resemble my interpretations of what a real genuine friendship or relationship was almost completely useless. I hated seeing how fake everyone had acted in front of me and to others. I didn't instinctively know that at first, Hikigaya had said, with close perfection, as if he were practicing this talk in his head for years. I used to believe that there was nothing wrong with how I looked. But kids can be mean when they want to be, he said with a mix of bitterness and nostalgia. It all seems so small now when comparing the new life I have started building here. But back then it was almost as if everything had started going downhill for me. After a while I grew bitter, having a cynical outlook on life, thinking, if the world doesn't want me I'll make my own slice of paradise. Because of that, I kept everyone away, and I never built up anything genuine with the people around me. He said. Goku looked at him with a bit of worry, wondering why nobody would want to be around Hikigaya and how he handled the situation. Did it ever change, Hachi? He asked, hoping that something did change for him before he met Hikigaya. It did, Goku. It did change for me after a while. I have my teacher to thank for that. But that's a story for another time, he said, not really wanting to go into the specifics. But I'll tell you, been wanting to hear from me. The people I grew to see as friends, correct? He said, hoping to take Goku off the subject of his past, due to not wanting to reveal things in his world by accident. Sure, Hachi, I want to know about your friends first, he said excitedly. Alright then, let's start with Yuigahama. She was well, bright, cheerful, always tried to see the best in people, even when they didn't deserve it. She'd smile through anything, even when things were tough for her. Honestly, she was probably one of the kindest people I'd ever met. Yui never saw people's flaws the way I did. She saw the good, even in me. And somehow, she wanted to stick around, although she wanted a status quo between me and another friend of mine. And that didn't go well for either of us, and it caused a falling out because I said that I wanted something genuine. He started remembering that fateful day as if it were yesterday. I never blamed her for it. All she wanted was to keep her friends together with her, and I'll never hate her for that. Hikigaya knew that she was afraid of losing them. That's why he won't hate her for doing something shallow like that. Who's the next one, Hachi? He asked curiously. The other one would be Yukinoshita. She was nowhere as nice as Yuigahama and was quite cold and blunt to say the least. She could see right through people, see their flaws and call them out without a second thought. She'd even call me out on things I didn't want to admit to myself. And God, if you think that I've heard all of the insults Yukinoshita would make me think twice, he said as he chuckled to himself, recalling all of their little arguments. I didn't see it at first, mostly due to my denial. But I realized that we were pretty alike, more so than I would have admitted back then. and over time I think I started to see her as less than a friend and more of a person that I like. Maybe even more than like if given the time, he admitted to Goku in a softer tone. What do you mean by that, Hachi? Wouldn't you already like her since she's your friend? Goku said, a bit oblivious to Hikigaya's true feelings towards her. Hikigaya chuckled. I don't really mean it like that, Goku. But don't worry about it. You'll know what I'll be talking about when you get older. He said wisely, not really wanting to explain what it means to like someone to Goku. Are there others? Goku asked. There was also Zamokuza, he said with a dry smile. He was something else. He shook his head, amused by the thought of his overly dramatic, self-proclaimed rival. Zamokuza? Was he strong too? Goku asked, his eyes lighting up. Hikigaya almost burst out logi. Ing at the assumption that Zamokuza was strong. Not exactly, Hikigaya replied, smirking. Zamokuza was more of a dreamer. He imagined himself as a warrior, a swordsman, and he was always coming up with ridiculous ideas. Trying to be the hero of some imaginary story. He drove me insane sometimes, but he was harmless, in his own way. Annoying, but harmless. Goku laughed, finding the idea of Zamokuza oddly endearing. I'd like to meet him. Hikigaya chuckled, imagining Zamokuza trying to impress Goku with his warrior spirit. He'd probably write some light novel about fighting you and winning. As he spoke, his mind drifted to other faces he was forgetting as of recent, familiar, distant, and unexpectedly cherished. There was also Ashiki, he added. I think she was a friend too, but not as much as the others. She was tricky. She was a pain in the behind for as long as I knew her. She was also really fixated on trying to get with this one guy in our grade. She'd act sweet and innocent, but she always had her own agenda. If she wanted something, she'd figure out a way to get it, even if it meant playing a role. He shook his head, remembering her actions. She was like a fox, crafty and colorful in personality. Goku grinned. She sounds funny. Hikigaya looks up at the sky, slightly nostalgic. She was certainly something, all right. Hikigaya agreed, his voice softening. They were all something to me during those days. They started to break through my mask that I've built up during all those years, he said as he turned to Goku. But you know, Goku, you were the one to break it up into a million pieces. I don't know why I appeared suddenly to where you were nearby, but I don't regret it for a second. He said with a genuine smile like no other. I don't know what T-mask you're talking about, but I'm happy I could help you, Hachi. Goku's smile softened, and he placed a hand on Hikigaya's shoulder. And it sounded like you had some really great friends, Hachi. People who cared about you. A quiet fell over them, and Hikigaya let the memories linger. He hadn't realized how much he missed those little moments, the arguments, their laughter, the camaraderie he'd so stubbornly resisted. Yeah, they are good friends. Hikigaya felt a pang of longing, his chest tight with the ache of missing them. Thanks for telling me, Hachi, Goku said softly. I know they're not here, but you're not alone, okay? You've got me, and Bulma, and we're all sticking together. Hikigaya forced a small smile, nodding. Yeah, I appreciate that, Goku. Even if you almost kill me in some of our spars. He said good-naturedly. Hey, my grandpa used to tell me you don't live unless you die a little when we used to spar together. Goku laughed, with a bit of amusement. As the fire crackled and the forest settled into silence around them, Hikigaya felt a small, tentative sense of peace. He allowed himself to truly hope that he'd find his way back to them one day. Until then, he had this strange new family to rely on, just as they were beginning to rely on him as well. What neither of them knew is that a certain blue-haired figure was watching them the whole time during their talk. Please don't talk about me as if I care that much about you guys, she muttered under her breath, stubbornly not knowing she was already caught in their strange family dynamic. It seemed that Bulma was feeling a little more merciful to Hikigaya today as she decided not to go for every pothole in the road, which he was very grateful for. But she was a bit distracted due to her looking at Goku in envy at being able to just fly on a cloud without consequence. Not that I blame her, I wish I was able to ride that thing too, but I'd rather her pay attention to the road. The motorcycle lurched unexpectedly, nearly throwing him off as they hit a sharp turn in the road. Bulma cursed under her breath, gripping the handlebars tighter as she righted the bike. I know you're jealous of Goku having that cloud. Who wouldn't be? But I would rather not be thrown off the motorcycle if you could help it, he said dryly as he was now having a better grip to Bulma. No need to tell me that, Hikigaya, she said as she looked back at him. I wouldn't drive so bad that we CRA, she was saying as she drove off of a cliff that so happened to appear while she was talking to Hikigaya. Thinking quickly, Hikigaya wraps Bulma into his embrace hoping he would take the fall for her. He knows that he can survive it, but he isn't sure Bulma would. As they fall, Goku notices and tries to catch them, but as already too late as they fell down the mountain and hit the ground. Hikigaya had the wind taken out of him as they hit the ground, but he was fine all things considered. Bulma, are you okay, Hikigaya asked as he was trying to get the air back in his lungs. I'm okay. Nothing seems to be hurt thanks to you. She sighed in relief. Thank you, Hikigaya. Wait, are you okay? She said suddenly. Worried that she hurt him with her driving. Nothing seems broken or bleeding. I just think the wind was taken out of me is all. Bulma. You can let go now, you know. He pointed out as she realized she had a death grip on Hikigaya. A little embarrassed, she lets go. I didn't realize it earlier, but he's pretty built. If he didn't see him then I would have fallen for him right then and there, he thought as she felt a little flustered. Goku landed nearby on Nimbus, already reaching down to help them up. Bulma dusted herself off, wincing as she took a closer look at the motorcycle's dented frame. Next time, you're driving, Hikigaya, she said, a little scared to drive for a bit. I second that. Rather not have another vehicle-related accident in the close future. He said, amused at how often this has been occurring in his life as of the past few years. Soon after they collected themselves, they took a look around their surroundings, noticing a village not too far away. Bulma goes back to her wrecked bike to gather her capsules, and that's when she notices something. Hey guys. One of the Dragon Balls is nearby. I think it could be at that village nearby. Let's get going. She says, as she starts speeding off to where the next Dragon Ball could possibly be. One minute she's all worried about me. The next she runs off like Birder for the Dragon Balls, Hikigaya thought as he started to get whiplash from Bulma. The three of them began wandering through the village as they quickly noticed that it seemed almost abandoned. Yet something was off. Hey guys, don't you think that it's weird that everything seems so well maintained for it being practically abandoned, Hikigaya said. Being the voice of reason, that's true, but at the same time, there's a Dragon Ball nearby, so I think we should split up to look for it, Bulma said, not taking any of Hikigaya's concerns at face value. Goku, I want you to go east. Hikigaya, you should go west. And I'll take south. We should be able to find the Dragon Balls pretty quickly if we look around long enough. She said as she started heading off. Well, I'll see you later, Hachi. As he started wandering off in a completely different direction before Hikigaya told him that east was the other direction. Hikigaya sighs thinking that this is a bad idea, but he doesn't really have a choice. As he starts walking off, he starts to notice something as well. Why are all of these houses furnished? Just as he was about to voice his suspicions, someone grabbed him roughly from behind, yanking him into the shadows of an alleyway. Before he could shout, a hand clamped over his mouth. Shush, you don't understand, a hoarse voice whispered. You need to leave this place right now. Hikigaya broke free from the man's grip as he turned to face him. The man's face was pale, his eyes darting around fearfully. What's your problem? Hikigaya demanded, keeping his voice low. And what's with all the sneaking around? The man glanced around again before leaning closer. This village, it's cursed. We're under the control of a demon named Oolong. He's been taking our daughters, our wives, anyone he can get his hands on. Oolong, Hikigaya thought, piecing it together with a sigh. Of course, this had to be the place where they picked up Oolong to add to their crew, which honestly wouldn't be so bad if he weren't a problem in my plans. I need to make sure that Oolong does not join us. What does this demon look like? He asked, narrowing his eyes as he tried to confirm his suspicions. The man shuddered. He changes his form constantly. One minute he's a giant, the next he's a beast, but he's nothing like a human. The man had said as he started to turn white from just thinking about him. Yep, that Oolong, all right, he thought with annoyance. I wonder if any of these villagers have the Dragon Ball we're looking for. Hikigaya raised an eyebrow. And this demon, he hasn't tried taking anything else from you? Maybe Someth. That looks like an orange orb with stars on it. One of the women blinked, confused. You mean that old family heirloom? We do have something like that. But what does that have to do with anything? Hikigaya suppressed a grin, nodding. It might be our only way to deal with this demon. If you give it to me, I can guarantee that Oolong will be defeated once and for all. He said, playing around with the truth a bit. I would like a bit of insurance in case this doesn't go well for me after all. The people looked doubtful but desperate. Fine, we'll give you the orb. Just as long as you're able to defeat Oolong, we'll do anything. They said as they gave Hikigaya the 6-star Dragon Ball. Consider it done. When I come back, there will be a fallen demon amongst you, he said with full confidence. Which gave the villagers some hope that they had not had in months. Also, I'll need the clothes of that one girl that keeps on being pursued by Oolong. As he leaves, he goes to find Bulma, to give her the Dragon Ball before he goes to take out Oolong. He hopes Goku won't be too mad for fighting Oolong before he gets to. After a while he starts to see Bulma again. Hey Bulma. Got your Dragon Ball, he said as she started speeding over to him. Really? Where is it? As she start looking all over Hikigaya comically. Calm down, I got it right here. As he pulls it out of his pocket and gives it to her. But I need to go deal with something first. Wait in that house and I'll come back when I say it's alright to okay. Hikigaya says seriously. He doesn't want Bulma to see Oolong and ETS tempted to bring her along for his transformations. I'm alright? Just come back soon, I guess I don't really want to stay here for that long alone. He nods as he starts to head out. I'm sure that Goku is probably somewhere else. And if he does find me, it is unlikely he'll interfere, he said to himself, feeling a bit excited and worried at the same time. This will be the first enemy that he take on by himself for the most part. At first he wasn't too confident in taking on any enemies and would always need the help from Goku. But as of recent, he started to realize that he is not a complete weakling anymore, so he decided to test himself to see if he could actually beat someone slightly relevant, even if it's just Oolong. Hikigaya then goes to the village square and sets up the dummy hat. Looks like the girl that Oolong is trying to pursue. Then goes to one of the rooftops and waits until Oolong comes and tries to take the dummy or seduce it. I know that his transformations can be a bit of trouble, but I know it's not going to be that bad. After all, Oolong is not that strong and it only lasts a short amount of time. He thinks as he mentally prepares himself as he gets ready to fight Oolong. Uru village. I think today is the day that I'll finally be able to take Pocahontas for marriage. The villagers have no choice but to give me her, or I'll just have to take more of the village's wealth. Not that it matters to me. If I do take more, I get to spoil the girls more. It's a win-win either way. None of them are able to stop me anyways, and even if they did find someone, what are they gonna pay them with? Some dirt and an orange. He thought arrogantly as he was walking confidently towards the village. Nobody around would even bother trying to take him down due to his transformations. They all thought he was a demon, and if it weren't for his time limit then he likely would stay as one, but he is cursed to stay as the form of pig most of the time. If I didn't have this stupid time limit, then I would be known as Oolong, the demon, to everyone rather than just this stupid village. Oolong had thought bitterly as he started to stroll down and eventually reached the village square. Wait, is that Pocahontas? This is a perfect opportunity to take her. I guess the villagers finally decided to give her up for me. At least they know when they can't win, he thought confidently as he changed his form into what most people considered to be handsome. I can't possibly see how this day could even go wrong. After all, I'm going to get the girl of my dreams finally, he thought, ignorant to the true monster that was about to make a pork roast out of said perverted pig. Hikigaya Uru village. Looks like he's taking the bait. Not that I'm surprised, he thought as he knows how long he's been pursuing her based on what the villagers had said. I know if I do one good placed blow on Oolong, it will be over for him immediately, but and to test how strong I've gotten, so I'll show him that small bit of mercy, he thought as he looked like a hunter stalking his prey, waiting for the perfect moment to place a shot on him. Oolong RTS to approach the dummy from behind as he calls out to it. It seems that the villagers finally give up trying to keep you away from me. Smart move by them if I'm being honest, he said with an arrogant tone. Don't worry though. You'll satisfy me long enough to keep me away from those villagers for a while, before I decide I get bored again, Oolong said as he laughed. As soon as Oolong reached out to take the dummy by force, he got kicked into a building and was able to transform before he smashed into the building from the force of Hikigaya's kick. Luckily I was able to transform at the last second. But who the hell decided they want to challenge this demon? He thinks angrily as he starts looking around to see who kicked him into that building. Then both of their eyes meet. One of them had the eyes of a false demon, and the other had the eyes of a monster in sheep's clothing. Oolong was momentarily stunned at the look that man had given him, before his pride took over as he yelled, "So, you're the one who thinks he can get rid of me?" Oolong's voice boomed. dripping with false arrogance. You don't look like much, he said to himself more than Hikigaya, hoping that his own words can raise confidence within himself. Hikigaya shrugged, giving a nonchalant glance to the side. You don't look like much, either, he said with a slight smirk as if he knows something that he doesn't. Oolong's smirk turned into a scowl. In a flash, he morphed from his hulking bull form into a menacing, armored warrior with jagged horns and fangs, towering over Hikigaya. Let's see if that attitude holds up when I crush you, Oolong sneered. Hikigaya shifted his stance, his eyes never leaving Oolong. You say that as if you can, but I can tell that you're scared of what I'll do to you. I would be too, Hikigaya had said, being purposely menacingly to lower Oolong's confidence. Oolong's massive clawed hand shot forward, aiming straight for Hikigaya's head, but Hikigaya anticipated the move. With a quick step to the side, he dodged, grabbing onto Oolong's wrist and twisting it, using the momentum to pull Oolong forward and throw him off balance. Oolong stumbled, but quickly transformed into a faster, more agile form, a large wolf with sharp teeth bared in a snarl. It looks like he's using this form in order to throw me off by his sudden agility, but that won't work on me. Goku, does that way too often for me to be affected? Oolong lunged, snapping at Hikigaya's legs, but he sidestepped, raising his arm to drive an elbow down onto the back of Oolong's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Oolong let out a yelp, his body shifting again, this time into a towering gorilla with fists clenched and teeth bared with anger and fear. You really think you can keep up with me? Oolong taunted, bringing down both fists in a thunderous slam. But Hikigaya has no fear as he catches both of his fists. I know your trick now, you can change forms, but you keep the same amount of strength, don't you? He said as he slammed him into the ground. By using a takedown, he turned into a mouse for a second, and it made him lose his grip of Oolong. Then he started transforming frantically into anything that could let him defeat Hikigaya. Oolong smirked from his new form, his sharp eyes watching Hikigaya with false bravado. You think you're clever, don't you? Figuring out my weakness, but it doesn't matter. I'll still kick your ass. I can keep this up all day, he said, hoping to get him within his limit. Oolong's fox form leapt forward, zipping around Hikigaya in tight circles, lunging at his legs and aiming to throw him off balance. Hikigaya twisted, avoiding Oolong's bites, and waited for the right moment. When Oolong's movements briefly slowed, Hikigaya swept his leg out, managing to clip Oolong's side and send him rolling on the ground. Come on now, Oolong, the demon, you're making this boring for me. If you don't land a hit on me in 30 seconds, I'll kill you, Hikigaya said, looking dead in the eyes of the 9-year-old pervert. His gaze was enough to make even the most hardened warrior flinch. And Oolong was no warrior. I'm gonna die, please God no, he thought with hysteria. Please don't kill me, I'll do anything, just please don't kill me, he said to Hikigaya, hoping that he would be feeling merciful towards the pervert. Anything you say, tell me. What would you give me that could be of equal value to your life? He said with a deadly tone of no compromise. Oolong knew that if he didn't offer up enough, he would be dead. To hell with the women in that mansion. I want to live, he thought with pure terror. Everything. I'll give up everything I have, the women, the mansion, the money, all of it. Just please don't kill me, Oolong said, hoping that would be enough. Show me and I'll judge it myself. If it's not enough, you're dead, he said, easing up a tiny bit on Oolong, although not feeling all that bad for scaring him for life most likely. As Oolong leads him to the mansion, he shows them all of the girls lounging around his mansion, slightly amused at how all of the girls are taking advantage of him, but unfortunately for them the fun is over. Ladies, Oolong has decided to let you all go back to your families, and he'll no longer see you again. Now get going as I have some business to attend to with him, he says as most of the ladies are happy to see their families again while some are a little irritated that they no longer get to live in luxury with Oolong. But they all go, just leaving Oolong and Hikigaya. I'll count that as 20% Oolong, now find more things before I get impatient with you, he says, as Oolong immediately brings out all of the valuables such as zennies, capsules with a car and bus and other items. His deed to the house and other things as well. You're almost there, Oolong. Now there's one thing left you must do in order to pay me back fully, he says a little sadistically. What is it? I'll do anything, he says as his hope rises as he may live to see another day. Sit still, Hikigaya says as he wraps some rope he had borrowed from the villagers around Oolong, making him completely captured. as he starts carrying him off to the village. As soon as he arrives into town, he goes to the alleyway that all of the villagers are hiding in. "Here's your demon, or so you thought," as he tosses him to the ground for all the villagers to see who he truly is. "A pig. I can assure you that he'll be causing no more problems for any of you, and I want you to make work for all of the money that he has stolen from all of you as well. Make sure you work him to the bone, all right?" He says nonchalantly, as if what he's done was as easy as pie. One of the villagers had stepped up. "Thank you, young man. Now I can see my daughters again," she and some other villagers said while hugging Hikigaya. "I did make a promise to defeat him after all. Oh yeah, I almost forgot." As he starts reaching for his pocket that held a capsule. Wait, what is this, young man?" one of the villagers had said. "Open it when I leave. Anyways, my work is done, and Oolong, if I catch you trying to make trouble again, I won't be so merciful next time," he said, hoping that will be enough to make him not cause trouble while he's not in town. Oolong nodded fearfully, knowing that his life is about to become very tiring soon. How did it turn out like this so fast? One minute I'm about to get the girl of my dreams, the next I'll be doing physical labor for the rest of my life, he thought sadly as the villagers start carrying him off to fix the building that Hikigaya kicked him into. A few minutes later, "I wonder where Hachi and Bulma have been all this time. I've been looking through each house looking for the Dragon Ball and I still haven't found anything," Goku says to himself as he sighs. "Is that you, Goku?" Hikigaya had said, being a few houses away from him. "Hachi, I finally found you. Where were you this whole time?" "I tried to find you but I couldn't," Goku said, being a little hungry from looking for so long. "Sorry about that, Goku. I already found the Drago and Ball though, so we can get going soon, all right?" he said, feeling a little bad for taking so long to deal with Oolong. "Oh, okay then. Let's go get Bulma then so we can get out of here," he said happily, due to how bored he was looking around for so long. "I know that she's a few houses down from here, so I can tell that we're done here and continue moving on," Hikigaya says as he prepares to get yelled at by Bulma for taking so long. "Hey Bulma, I'm back. Sorry it's taken so long, but I needed to get a ride for us since the motorcycle is broken," Hikigaya said, hoping Bulma would show him mercy. "Oh, that's it. Alright, that's fine with me then," Bulma said nonchalantly, with Hikigaya being a bit surprised. He figured since he found her the Dragon Ball, she's being a bit nicer to him than she was a few days ago. Alright then, let me just," Hikigaya said as he was pulling out the capsule, and when he used it, a large green RV had popped up into existence. "Is this good enough for you guys?" Hikigaya asked, not knowing what he did was enough. "This is great, Hachi. Now we don't have to sleep outside anymore, thank you," Goku says as he rushes into the RV. Then Bulma walks up to him. "Thank you for the help, Hachiman," Bulma says as she smiles at him while getting into the RV, checking to see what's all inside it. If Hikigaya felt any guilt for what he had done to Oolong, it was immediately erased as soon as he saw their expressions. "They won't have to know what I did anyways. For now, I'm one step closer to my goal. It just so happened that I get to see their genuine expression of joy as well. I won't complain," Hikigaya thought with a smile as he started looking around the RV. With more Dragon Balls waiting to be found, and new enemies just over the horizon, he knew that the path ahead would only get more challenging. But, he felt ready to take it on, with his confidence solidified towards the journey ahead. Whoever said that driving an RV was easy is lying, he thought nervously as he was trying to adjust everything for his height, as the last owner of this happened to be twice as short as him. Apparently Bulma was not a liar, because as soon as she and Goku were ready, they decided that Bulma should take a break driving for a while so as to not cause more accidents on the road. The RV's engine thrummed steadily as Hikigaya gripped the wheel, even as his gaze remained fixed on the open road. He'd never been behind the wheel of something like this before, but the challenge was nothing compared to the thoughts that simmered beneath his carefully controlled expression. But as his focus drifted back to the road, the thoughts he'd been suppressing since they left the village finally bubbled to the surface. Oolong, the demon they'd encountered back there, was behind them now. And no one but Hikigaya and the villagers knew what really happened in that fight. "I enjoyed it," he thought, his stomach nodding as he replayed the events in his mind. "I actually enjoyed seeing him scared of me." Hikigaya did not regret what he had done in order to make sure that Oolong had stayed out of the journey for the Dragon Balls. It was a necessary evil, at least that's what he told himself. But what he did regret is how it made him feel when he was going against Oolong. Maybe it was the look on his face when he was threatening him, or how desperate he looked. He knows one thing looking back at it. I shouldn't have liked it as much as I did. Why? Hikigaya sighs to himself, knowing how he should have acted rather than what he had done. I'm supposed to be better than this, he thought, resentment bubbling up within him. I should have better control of myself next time. And yet, that part of him, the part that had taken pleasure in Oolong's fear, felt as though it was lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for its next chance to break free. As Goku was laughing at whatever he had done while Bulma was yelling at him as if they were brother and sister, he looked at them. As Hikigaya clenched his fists, vowing silently that he would not go so far next time. I have to be better than this, if not for me, then for them. As he said that, as if something inside of him calmed down as he started to feel better about Oolong, knowing that he would not go so far with them there. Hey, Hachiman, Bulma's voice broke through his thoughts, and he glanced over at her. She had a tired look on her face, most likely dealing with Goku for the past few hours. Do you think we can make a stop around here soon? I think we are almost coming up to the Diabo Desert. So it would be better if we make camp soon, she told him. Then she looked up at his face. Then she looked a bit curious. What is it? Hikigaya wondered why Bulma was looking up at him oddly. I don't know why I never noticed, but Hachiman, how do you even see with all that hair in your face? She said in a bit of a teasing way, but she didn't mean anything by it. Hikigaya absent-mindedly tugged at the long strands of hair brushing his shoulders, scowling at the thought of needing a haircut even in this strange new world. He had avoided mirrors ever since he'd ended up in this world. Partly because he hadn't come across many, and partly because he wasn't sure he wanted to see the reflection of a version of himself he barely recognized, and he was afraid he wouldn't like it. Hikigaya raised an eyebrow. To be fair, I don't exactly trust Goku with a pair of scissors, and that's not even talking about my hair, he muttered, looking away to hide the hint of embarrassment creeping into his cheeks. Well, I think that is about time you get one, she replied matter-of-factly, and besides, I've got scissors right here. She reached into one of her capsules and pulled out a small, surprisingly well-stocked toiletry kit, complete with scissors, a comb, and a handheld mirror. I don't mean anything by this, but have you ever cut hair before? I don't exactly want to look like a monk by the end of it, he said, hoping she had a little experience before she starts chopping. Relax, she said, beginning to trim carefully. You're in the hands of a pro. I cut my dad's hair all the time. I suppose that inspires a bit of confidence, he thought with a bit of relief, knowing she had some experience. I haven't had my hair this long since I was a kid, he muttered. As Bulma started sectioning off his hair, maybe I should just let it go wild. It fits the whole Lost in the Woods' vibe, don't you think? He said with a bit of sarcasm. Bulma rolled her eyes playfully, nudging his head forward. Yeah, but you're still you, she replied, brushing his bangs aside with an unexpected gentleness. And if you're going to keep traveling with us, you may as well keep it functional. Besides, she added with a grin, you're looking like a mop, she said in a cheeky way. He chuckled at what she had said. I guess you're not wrong, not that I would know. I haven't seen my reflection in almost a year. As he said that, Bulma froze up a little, not knowing why Hikigaya would do that. How come, Hachiman? She asked. Not many mirrors at Goku's place, I suppose, he said matter-of-factly. Didn't you fish with Goku like almost every day before I met you? She said, shutting down Hikigaya half-lie. Well, if I'm being completely honest, I don't really want to see what I look like now, he said with a bit of reluctance. He wasn't sure that she would get his haircut right if he didn't answer with the truth. Why's that? You're a handsome guy, even if your eyes are a bit scary, she said, not really knowing how that would affect Hikigaya. It's not because of that, it's for a different reason, Hikigaya said, feeling a little flustered, as Bulma chuckles a little bit at his sudden shyness. Alright, I'll stop pushing you, but you're gonna look at your reflection after this. I want to make sure this haircut is okay with you, she said as her word was final. As the strands fell away, Hikigaya felt an unexpected lightness, like he was shedding more than just hair. The weight of his recent thoughts, the darkness he'd felt creeping in since Oolong, even a bit the confusion about who he was in this strange place, it all seemed to fade just a little bit, and it was replaced by a sense of clarity. He glanced over at Bulma as she concentrated on her work, her face set in an uncharacteristically gentle expression. He allowed himself to relax, enjoying the quiet rhythm of the scissors, the simple act of being taken care of, something he hadn't felt in a long time. "There you go," Bulma announced, giving his shoulders a playful shake as she finished, brushing the last bits of hair off his collar. She handed him the small mirror, looking pleased. "Back to being a civilized human being. Well, I had to see what I look like eventually," he thought with some bitterness, but accepted his fate. Hikigaya peered at his reflection, frowning slightly. His hair was shorter, cleaner, no longer wild and unkempt, but familiar, just as he remembered it from before. "Still me," he thought, surprised by the sense of relief that came with it. "Thank you, Bulma, I really appreciate it," he said with proper gratitude. "Don't mention it." Bulma smiled, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. She leaned back, her tone softening. "You look like how you should be now, not bad, Hachiman." He found himself smiling back, a small, genuine smile that he allowed to linger, as if it were a sunny day for him. Then Bulma thought something. He looks pretty good with a smile on his face. "Hey Hachi, do you want to get something to Aya?" Goku was saying as he looked at Hikigaya. "Wow, you have the same haircut as the time I met you. I think you look better with it than your longer hair," he said cheerfully as Hikigaya feels better about his haircut now that he has gotten the Goku seal of approval. "Thanks, Goku. I'll come out in a bit to get some food with you, but I need to take a shower first, alright?" he said good-naturedly. "Oh, okay Hachi. I'll see you in a little bit then," he said as he ran off, probably to get some wild animal to eat for later, not Aknauld. Jing the fish that they brought along with them. "Well, I better hurry up or Goku is going to get impatient. I'll see you in a little bit, Bulma," he said as he starts to walk off to the bathroom, without noticing Bulma's expression towards him. "That haircut really does show off how he looks, huh? I don't think I've had a shower this nice since the other world," Hikigaya thought as he was basking in the heated shower while washing away all of the stress he had built up over the past 8 months. "I think it's almost my birthday coming up soon," he pondered, as he was wondering how the people back home were dealing with his disappearance, but hoping that they are moving on without him just fine. As he was going out of the shower, he decided to look at himself completely to see how much he truly changed. "I know I already thought that I was pretty muscular, but not to this degree. I still think that it's something in the food here. No way I would have been able to look like this in 1,000 years. I wonder what they would think of my looks now. They would probably beat me into the ground more with the insults to lower my ego," Hikigaya thought as he chuckled to himself. He starts walking out and calls to Goku that he's ready to go find some food. After that they set out to look for some animals, but not straying too far from the RV just in case something happens with Bulma. "Hey Hachi, wanna see who catches more food?" Goku said, being a little bored since nothing was happening recently for him. "Sure Goku," Hikigaya grins as Goku looks at him with a childlike sternness, "and no cheating this time. When I mean more animals, not how heavy they are," he said, still being a little salty over their last competition. "Oh, so that's what you want, huh? Good thing you clarified. I was planning on doing just that. I guess my plan is ruined," he said with over-exaggerated despair. "I mean, I could just get a ton of bugs and I could win, but that would be petty. Plus I'd rather not get bugs," he thought, as he shivered at the thought of getting a spider on accident. "That's right," Goku said, being prideful for thinking of such a genius condition. "Anyways, just come back to this spot when we are done, okay?" Goku said. "Alright Goku, I'll see you soon. I'll call you if I need something," he said as they set off to have their own little competition before a cocky voice called out to them. "Hey, let's make this simple, alright? Hand over everything valuable, and you'll get to keep that fancy little RV of yours." Pav, Diabo Desert, leaning back against a large, sun-bleached boulder, gazing out over the vast, empty desert with a contented sigh. His lips curled into a grin as he was looking over his desert, where he alone was the king. A sea of sand, rock, and sun-baked earth where few dare to tread if they value their life, and that's just the way he liked it. There were no rules out here, no cops breathing down his neck, and no one to see challenge his place as the king of this desolate wasteland of nothingness. "Ah, this is the life," he sighs contentedly, crossing his arms behind his head. "Not a bad day, huh?" A cat-like creature floated nearby, his wide eyes scanning the horizon for any movement, his little blue body twitching with energy. "It's been a while since we've had anyone cross through here, Yamcha. I know you like things quiet, but don't you think it's getting a little boring without anyone to fight?" The cat-like creature stated towards the desert bandit. "Boring? Nah, It's perfect. It just means everyone around here knows who they're dealing with. Puar, why mess with the best bandit in the desert? Yamcha stated vainly toward Puar, stretching out his body. Puar raised an eyebrow, glancing over at him. Yeah, but don't you want some excitement? Maybe a real challenge? The question hung in the air for a moment, making Yamcha pause. Puar wasn't exactly wrong. Sure, there were the occasional travelers, the lost merchants, the wannabe treasure hunters and the women, but very few of them had ever been a match for him. They all folded the moment he showed up with his confident smirk and his wolf-fang fist. He didn't say that out loud. Instead, he shrugged, keeping his tone even. Hey, we've got it good out here, Puar. We keep to ourselves, people stay clear, and every once in a while, we get a good haul. Can't beat that, Puar sighed, floating a few feet higher to get a better view of the horizon. True, but it wouldn't hurt to have a real adventure. Don't you miss, I dunno, fighting someone who actually puts up a fight? Puar said while looking at Yamcha, thinking that his friend is not satisfied with the life he has right now. Yamcha's smirk faltered for just a second. A real adventure, huh? Puar was right about one thing. Deep down, he did miss that thrill. As a child, he'd always dreamed of being a legendary fighter, someone everyone knew and respected, or some super cool baseball player that is praised by everyone. But here he was, the strongest guy in the desert, facing nothing but the occasional weaklings. Was this really all he'd set out to become, just some bandit? Just then, Puar's ears perked up. Hey, Yamcha, look, there's an RV over there. Just a bit past that ridge. I think they might be loaded. Yamcha's eyes lit up. Sure enough, in the distance, he could make out the shape of an RV parked near a small clearing, its shiny exterior gleaming under the harsh desert sun. And beside it, two figures stood, talking and moving around casually as if they were not worried about their situation. Just a couple of people who probably had no idea what they'd wandered into. He thought, being a little curious of who they are. He grinned, feeling a spark of anticipation flare up within him. Well, maybe today won't be so boring after all. Puar, however, looked a little on edge. I dunno, Yamcha, something feels different about them. They're too normal. Most people out here look all lost or exhausted. Quote. Yamcha rolled his eyes, waving off his friend's concern. Oh, come on, Puar. They're just a couple of travelers who don't know any better. Besides, if they're calm, it just means they don't know what kind of trouble they're in yet. No one out here can match me and my wolf-fanged fists after all, he said to his friend, not worried about his nervousness. Puar hesitated, his gaze lingering on the figures in the distance. If you say so, Yamcha. Just be careful. Yamcha chuckled. I'll be fine, Puar. When have you known me to lose ever? I'm the strongest, remember? He said to his friend to ease his nerves. Puar hesitated, his gaze lingering on the figures in the distance. If you say so, Yamcha. Just be careful. As they drew closer, he got a better look at the pair. One of them was a young kid, maybe only 10 or so, with a wild head of spiky black hair, who seemed to be talking to the other figure. The kid's posture was relaxed, confident even. Yamcha dismissed him almost immediately, assuming that since he is just a kid, he will be no threat to either of them. The real prize, he assumed, would be whatever was in that RV. But the other figure made him pause. The older one was a lean, dark-haired teen with a steady, assessing gaze, his stance casual but somehow on edge, as if he was expecting something to go wrong at all times. He didn't look frightened or uncertain like most travelers. In fact, his expression was almost bored when he was not talking to the kid. He felt as if he already knew he was there and determined he was no threat. The look of what he thought was confidence in the guy's eyes didn't sit well with him, and it stoked an ember of irritation in Yamcha's gut. Who does this guy think he is? Yamcha thought, narrowing his eyes as they approached. He felt his fingers twitch, itching to prove a point. This guy would learn soon enough who ran things around here as soon as they felt his wolf-fanged fists. Puar noticed his tension and whispered, Yamcha, you're not underestimating them, are you? Yamcha scoffed, tossing Puar a smirk. Don't doubt me, I've got this. If they think they're tough, I'll show them who they're dealing with. No one out here can take on the great desert bandit, Yamcha. He self-proclaimed. With that, he stepped forward, calling out to the pair with his most confident, intimidating grin. Hey, let's make this simple, alright? Hand over everything valuable, and you'll get to keep that fancy little RV of yours. The young kid tilted his head, looking giddy rather than scared. Which was odd but not worrying. His dark-haired companion's gaze sharpened, and his expression was off-putting to say the least. There was an edge to those eyes as soon as he looked at them. Something that hinted at him being a balance of a human and a creature. Yamcha felt a strange chill run down his spine, but he shook it off. It's nothing that I can't handle. After all, I'm the strongest around. But a small, hidden part of him felt a thrill, a whisper that maybe, just maybe, this one would be different. Pav Hikigaya Hachiman Diabo Desert. Yamcha looks more different than I thought he would. But I can notice that cocky attitude from anywhere. Hikigaya pondered with a bit of amusement. He turned to Goku and Goku turned to Hikigaya. You thinking what I'm thinking, Goku? He said while grinning. I think I am Hachi, he said while also grinning. Rock paper scissors for the big guy? What is going on with them? Yamcha thought while looking at the odd scene going on before him as Goku and Hikigaya were playing rock paper scissors, and from what he was seeing it looked like the dark-haired teen won. Oh come on Hachi, you always win rock paper scissors. Goku said while pouting at Hikigaya's teasing expression. It's not my fault that you make it so. What the hell is going on? Yamcha yelled, getting irritated at the scene before him. Then Goku looked at him as if he's stupid. We're playing to see who gets to fight you. You seem stronger than the other bandits we came across. But Hachi always cheats to get the better fight, he says, being annoyed at Hikigaya. As if a half pint like you could take on the great desert bandit Yamcha. He said, as both of the companions looked at each other, shrugging. You still got to take on the cat Goku. He seems kinda strong too, you know. He said, trying to make peace with Goku before they fight. What is wrong with these people? Do they have a death wish or something? Yamcha thought, bewildered nevertheless confident in his abilities. So I'm gonna assume that neither of you plan on giving up your valuables, huh? That's fine with me, I've been itching for a fight for a while anyways. He said confidently. Yeah, Yamcha will defeat you like it's nothing. Puar said, being Yamcha's personal cheerleader. Yamcha got into his fighting stance, while Puar turned into a T-Rex due to his training as a shapeshifter. Goku was looking more excited now, knowing that his opponent can change into dinosaurs, which Hikigaya could only assume made him more happy about his fight. So Goku immediately went off to fight Puar, which he had reciprocated as well, only leaving Hikigaya and Yamcha. The desert heat radiated off the rocks as Yamcha and Hikigaya squared off. Yamcha cracked his knuckles, his confident smirk firmly in place. You could have just handed over your stuff, you know. But hey, if you want to fight, I'm more than happy to give you a lesson. Hikigaya simply shrugged, his gaze level and unfazed. Lesson? I think know a bit more than you do in the brain department, Mr. Wannabe Bandit, he said casually. The casual response only served to irritate Yamcha further. He shot forward, wasting no time as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one aiming to break through Hikigaya's defense. Hikigaya's eyes narrowed, his movements precise as he dodged and deflected the blows, reading Yamcha's rhythm with complete attention. He's pretty fast with those blows of his, Hachiman noted as he sidestepped another punch, his mind racing through potential counters. But he's cocky as usual. Confidence makes people predictable, like getting blown up by a Saibaman. He thought with a bit of amusement. When he comes with us, I have to fix that part of him so that he doesn't die in Yamak's attacks had started to grow even faster, which Hikigaya was starting to have trouble with. Let's see how long he can keep dodging and blocking, he thought, grinning. Shifting his weight, Yamcha threw a kick, aiming to catch Hikigaya off balance, then make him give up all of his valuables. But Hikigaya anticipated the move, hopping back just in time and countering with a quick jab to Yamcha's ribs. Yamcha stumbled slightly, surprised by the force behind Hachiman's punch, but quickly recovered. Sorry Yamcha, but Goku has already done that move. You doing it won't have the same result. Not bad, Yamcha admitted, his grin tightening. Guess you're not just talk. Hikigaya eyed him oddly. I never said I was strong. Goku is about twice as strong as I usually am. That surprised Yamcha. I know that we're on equal ground with each other, but if I had to take on that kid I would have lost. I don't believe it, he's just saying that, he thought, irritated. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward again, this time using his wolf fang fist. His hands and feet became a blur, each strike sharp and precise as he closed in on Hachiman with animalistic intensity. Hikigaya's focus sharpened as he shifted to full defense, parrying and blocking as best he could, though the relentless pace of Yamcha's technique kept him on his toes. Yamcha could see the strain in Hikigaya's movements, and his smirk widened. You can't keep up with this. To prove his point, Yamcha struck faster, pushing Hikigaya back toward a rocky ledge. With a final burst of speed, Yamcha spun and delivered a RFUL kick that connected squarely with Hikigaya's chest. This isn't gonna feel good in the morning. The impact reverberated through Hikigaya's body, and before he knew it, he was airborne, hurtling backward. He slammed into the side of a large boulder, the rock splintering around him as he crashed into it. Dust billowed into the air. The world spun for a moment as Hikigaya slumped against the rocks. Dust and small stones raining down around him. His mind raced, processing the hit. That stung, but it's not that bad. Goku did worse when he's serious. Yamcha felt a surge of triumph. Told you I'd teach you a lesson, he muttered, watching the dust settle with a satisfied grin. But as the dust cleared, Yamcha's smirk faded. Hikigaya was standing, his hand dusting off his clothes nonchalantly as he stepped forward. His expression as calm as ever. Impressive, Hikigaya remarked, rolling his shoulders. Given your cocky demeanor, I thought that you were all talk. Let me rectify that right now. What was your name? Yes, Yamcha, he said seriously as he came towards him. Yamcha clenched his jaw, anger flaring. How is he still standing after that? His mind raced as he watched Hikigaya approach with the same calm, measured pace. No traveler he'd fought had ever shrugged off an attack like that before. But Yamcha wasn't about to back down. You must have hit your head too hard if you're still coming at me, Yamcha growled, lunging forward with renewed determination. He tightened his fists, pouring everything he had into his wolf fang fist, the technique's power surging as he aimed directly for Hikigaya's head. Hikigaya's eyes narrowed. This time, he let Yamcha close the distance, observing the speed and angle of his attack. Just as Yamcha's fist flew toward him, Hikigaya shifted his stance and sidestepped, his hand darting out to redirect Yamcha's momentum. You're getting sloppy, Yamcha, he thought while grinning. And then, with a swift, calculated movement, Hikigaya brought his elbow down, catching Yamcha in the ribs. The force of the impact was solid, and Yamcha stumbled, his breath leaving him in a gasp. Before he could recover, Hikigaya spun and landed a kick to Yamcha's midsection, sending him crashing into the ground. Yamcha groaned, his body pressed into the dirt as the cracks spidered out from the impact. He could feel the sting of bruises forming, his head pounding slightly as he pushed himself up, staring at Hikigaya in shock, who was just standing there waiting for him to get up. This guy, he's actually scary good. Hikigaya stayed calm, his gaze steady as he waited for Yamcha to stand. He didn't want to feel the same adrenaline-fueled rush he'd felt with Oolong. He was keeping himself in check, his movements controlled and precise. This was a fight, not a thrill, and he wasn't about to lose control here when he needed him for later. Yamcha managed to get to his feet, his eyes narrowing. You've got some moves, I'll give you that, he muttered, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. What's your name? I'll have to remember it when I take everything away from you, he stated pridefully. Hikigaya Hachiman, he stated as he went back into his fighting pose. With renewed intensity, he charged, this time aiming to throw Hikigaya off with a series of rapid feints before launching into a barrage of punches and kicks. Hikigaya felt the wind of each strike as he dodged and countered, his movements steady and fluid. Meanwhile, Goku and Puar were fighting, but that would honestly be putting it lightly, as Goku was not going seriously against Puar, mostly just playing around with him, though they started to slow down as they realized the intensity of Hikigaya and Yamcha's fight. Yamcha really met his match, huh? Puar muttered, dodging one of Goku's punches with a quick transformation. Goku grinned, as he was trying to hit Puar. Yeah, this is great. Hachi's really strong. Back in the fight, Yamek grew increasingly frustrated as Hikigaya's defense remained solid, every counter landing with measured precision. Hikigaya could see the frustration in Yamcha's eyes, the subtle shifts in his stance as his patience frayed. He's going to get frustrated enough to finally try and land a finishing blow on me. I need to take advantage of that, he thought as he started to enact his plan into goading Yamcha to do his finishing blow. This is just pathetic. I've been hit harder by children than by you. To be honest with you, I haven't even gone all out with you this entire time. I've made sure that I wouldn't go so far as to kill you, he said with a dark grin, but he made sure that it was out of earshot of Goku and Puar. What did he just say? he thought with a rage he himself didn't know he had. Oh yeah, then try and dodge this asshole. Wolf-fanged fist full power. Finally, with a fierce shout, Yamcha lunged forward in one last attempt, putting all his strength into a punch that had an apparition of a wolf within his own fist, all just so he could punch Hikigaya into the next dimension. Hook, line, and sinker. Just as Yamcha's fist shot forward, nearing Hikigaya's face just centimeters away, he sidestepped. Wait, what? Yamcha had thought in terror as he was already in full motion, Hikigaya's hand coming up to redirect Yamcha's arm, throwing him off balance. In one fluid motion, Hikigaya delivered a powerful punch to Yamcha's side, the force knocking him back. Yamcha staggered, but before he could regain his footing, Hikigaya spun and delivered a swift kick to Yamcha's midsection, sending him crashing into the ground once more. This time, the impact sent cracks rippling through the earth beneath Yamcha, dust rising in a cloud around him. With that, Yamcha is winded and dazed, while Hikigaya stood above him as the victor of their fight. His earlier confidence was replaced by disbelief at what just happened to him. Did I just lose to this guy of all people? He thought, depressed. I almost lost, you know, he said. What? Yamcha thought in bewilderment. If you were to hit me with that attack, I would probably be dead from how strong it was. I knew that. I had to get you angry so that you would lose sight of the fight. You're stronger than I am right now. Why is he saying this to me? I lost. He should be killing me right now. He thought, confused at his opponent's words. You're a really strong guy, Yamcha. That's why I want to fight you again sometime. You made me stronger from this fight and I would like to see more out of you as well. That attack of yours, it was quite something. I could only hope to replicate something like it. Hikigaya praised Yamcha for his attack. Geez, I go and try to rob you. You beat my ass then praise me. What kind of weirdo are you, dude? Hikigaya chuckled more at that than he would like to admit. He could honestly see himself saying the same thing as well, if he were in his shoes. I've grown in appreciation towards strong fighters that test my strength, like you and Goku. A while ago I couldn't even survive the attack that had hit me into that boulder, and now I can just shrug it off. I realized how much hard work rewards in this world and I've grown to love it. I used to think that there was always a limit to how much you can do, but now I want to see just how far I can push it. Hikigaya stated towards Yamcha. If my old self was looking at me right now he would probably call me a normie, but that's fine. I still hold on to my hopes of having something genuine and I will find a way home so I can achieve that goal of mine with them. Hikigaya thought nostalgically as he recalled his friends and family in the other world. From the sidelines, Bulma's voice cut through the air, sharp and impatient. Hachiman, Goku, what on earth are you two doing? At the sound of her voice, Yamcha froze, his eyes widening as he spotted Bulma standing nearby, hands on her hips with an exasperated look. His face turned ashen, he scrambled to his feet, glancing between Hikigaya and Bulma with a look of pure panic. It's nothing, he stammered, his tone trembling slightly. He grabbed Puar by the arm, dragging his companion away behind a small rock as if that were enough to stop Bulma from seeing him. Hikigaya blinked, watching as Yamcha and Puar hid behind the small rock. He turned to Goku, who was scratching his head in confusion. Well, that was weird, Goku said, tilting his head. Yeah, Hikigaya muttered as he walked to where Bulma was. Hey Bulma, can you go back inside real quick, May? We can figure out why he thinks that hiding behind a small rock would be a good place to. Sure, Hachiman, go for it I guess. She thought, confused as to what just happened while she was inside of the RV. He walks over to Yamcha and Puar. Is she gone now? He said fearfully. Yes, she's gone back inside Yamcha. But what's the deal with that? Hikigaya thought, confused. I don't recall him ever being scared of Bulma. What's up with that? He thought. Yamcha has always been scared of shut up Puar. He doesn't need to know that. He said, embarrassed. Hikigaya went into a deadpan. Seriously. The biggest womanizer in Z is afraid of women. What kind of shitty gag is this? He thought, annoyed at the circumstances in front of him. Now it's gonna be harder to convince him to join up with us. How the hell did he get with Bulma then? Look, Yamcha, Hikigaya began, his tone more measured. This desert may be your territory, but there's a bigger world out there. And I'm sure you had that same feeling I did when I fought you, that thrill to keep fighting more challenging opponents? Yamcha blinked, caught off guard. What are you getting at? I'm saying, Hikigaya continued, that you've got potential. Traveling with us, you'd be facing stronger opponents than anyone you'd find in this desert. You're good, but you're not going to improve by fighting the same weaklings over and over. Hikigaya said, trying to appeal to Yamcha's wish to get stronger. Yamcha frowned, considering Hikigaya's words. He hated to admit it, but there was a certain truth in what he was saying. His skills had plateaued out here, his victories feeling meaningless. If he wanted to become truly powerful, he needed to get out of this desert. Puar, who'd been listening from a safe distance, floated closer. Yamcha, maybe he's right, he whispered. I mean, think about it, if you travel with them, you could get even stronger. Then Yamcha whispered back, why yeah, I know that, but he has AW women on board. How am I gonna get stronger if she's around me? I'll die of fear. Yamcha whispered back at Puar loudly, with Hikigaya being on standby watching the whole thing go down. Maybe T.S. is your chance to get over your fear as well, Yamcha. You can't just be afraid of women for the rest of your life, you know. What Puar told him were the facts and he had to face them. He eventually wanted to get a girlfriend, but how would he do that if he was always afraid of them? Yamcha's gaze flickered between Puar and Hikigaya, his pride warring with his desire to become stronger and to finally get over his fear of women. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head with a rueful smile. You're a strange guy, you know that, but I guess I wouldn't mind seeing what the world has to offer. Goku, who'd been watching the exchange with wide-eyed curiosity, beamed. Great, more people to spar with, he said excitedly as he ran back to the RV. Is it finally over, Hachiman? Just then, Bulma came into view. Her hands on her hips as she took in the scene with a raised eyebrow. What's going on here? She asked, glancing from Hikigaya to Yamcha. Yamcha's face went pale as his EYs met Bulma's and he decided to hide behind Hikigaya for cover. With a sigh he tells Bulma the situation. Bulma, meet Yamcha. He's agreed to come along with us in order to get stronger and to overcome his fear of women. Try not to be too forward with him or he'll probably run away from you, all right? He said as Bulma sighs at his explanation. Well, as long as he doesn't steal the Dragon Balls, I'm okay with it, she said as she walked back into the RV to get out of the heat. That's not the reaction I had hoped for from her. I thought she would be more head over heels for him. Maybe it's something that needs to be built up over time? He ponders as he looks towards Yamcha and Puar. Welcome to your adventure. Be ready to be asked by Goku to spar with you, and for Bulma to probably yell a lot, he said nonchalantly as they all boarded the RV, getting ready for their next adventure to the second-to-last Dragon Ball. Okay, I know that adding Yamcha would be a good thing eventually, but it's starting to get exhausting having to deal with how people in this world act. Hikigaya thought, exasperated at the situation that was going on behind him, which consisted of Bulma being a backseat driver, half the time of which she promptly loses her voice as soon as he mentions that he had not crashed once. And while that would not be too bad for Hikigaya, it was added on by the fact that Goku was starting to annoy Yamcha by asking him to fight him over and over again, of which Yamcha obliges in a not-so-friendly manner, which causes the RV to start shaking left and right from how they are being slammed into the walls of the RV. All while Puar pitifully tries to get them to quit. This is starting to feel like one of those shitty road trip movies that my dad brought over from the slam. If you hit the walls of this RV one more time, I'm gonna turn this thing around. He yelled at the both of them, while not taking his eyes off the road, not risking a chance for Bulma to get the excuse to be more of a backseat driver than she is already being currently. Hachiman, why don't we take a break for a while? It seems like you could use one, Bulma said while looking a bit bewildered at Hikigaya for losing his cool all of a sudden, as it was not like him. Sigh, all right. I guess you're right, he said while looking at Bulma. It is getting a bit late, bump. As he was about to finish, something had got caught on the bottom of the RV and it started sputtering out. Why me? Hikigaya thought with how tired he was of it all and knowing Bulma is going to do something that involves him having to do work on the RV until it works. Well, it seems that we don't have a choice now, Hikigaya said while being hopeful that Bulma would have some mercy on him and would still be fine with him taking a break. But unfortunately most dreams do not come true. I'll take a look at it. You're coming to help me since you're the one that did this in the first place, Bulma said while being somewhat annoyed at Hikigaya for running into something. I think the universe thought I was having too many good days and decided to remind me of my place, he thought with dread as he was being pulled away by Bulma to help go fix the RV. Poor Hikigaya, he's probably going to develop a fear of women like Yamcha if Bulma keeps dragging him around like that. Puar said pitifully toward Hikigaya's predicament. What the hell, Puar, I'm not that bad to the point I can't function around women. Yamcha said as if he doesn't know what Puar is talking about. But Yamcha, every time Bulma went into the same room that you were in, you immediately went into the bathroom to hide away from Bulma, or do you just need to go to the bathroom every time you see Bulma? Goku asked curiously, not realizing the hidden innuendo he had just said to him. That has nothing to do with that, he exclaimed in a totally innocent way, as if he's trying to dissuade certain allegations. But besides that, it's a good time to start getting some stuff for a fire, since the gas in this thing ran out yesterday. Yamcha said while trying to get to a different subject, and luckily for him Goku thinks fire equals food. Oh, you know, when you said you needed my help, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind, Bulma. Hikigaya said, while being a bit confused at his position currently. I'm pretty sure that you have no idea of how to work on any vehicle, let alone an RV, so the most I expect out of you is to just give me the tools to figure out what's going on, she said while prepping some stuff to get under the RV, and besides, it looked like you were on edge this entire part of the trip. The boys probably don't make it too easy, she said. You say that as if you were not a part of the problem, Backseat-san, he thought sarcastically. But I won't overlook an opportunity to relax somewhat. It feels like all I have been doing for the past month is fighting, which is fine I guess, but I do miss the easy times. He thought nostalgically to the times where he was in the service club reading his crappy light novels and thinking the world was for the most part against him. I wonder what Hiratsuka-sensei would think of me now. Would she be proud of what I am becoming, or would she be mortified that she cannot discipline me with those punches anymore? He thought while chuckling at the look on her face in his imagination. He was knocked out of his thoughts when Bulma started talking to him again. What are you laughing at? I definitely had nothing to do with you yelling at them, did I? She said while being willfully ignorant to her backseat driving. Nah, don't worry about it. I was just thinking about someone I knew a while ago is all, he said, and Bulma being curious asked, who were you thinking about? She said, trying to start up a bit of conversation, and started to go under the RV. It was an old teacher of mine from before I met Goku. Their name was Hiratsuka, he stated trying to recall what she looked like for the most part, although there was something with the image of her that looked off, most likely from not seeing her in a while. Were they your martial arts teacher or something like that? She asked, not thinking Hikigaya was educated considering he was with Goku when they met. No, nothing like that. I went to an actual school before. Give me some credit, would ya? He said a bit sarcastically at the notion of her suggesting he was not educated. Oh come on, I didn't mean it like that, you ass, she said while defending herself while trying to unscrew something. But, what were they like? She asked. Well, they were kind of a pain most of the time, although back then, I was more of a angsty teen and it came with the package of a rotten mindset, he said as Bulma chucked at that. So for some reason, after I turned in a pretty bad essay about how my life in high school was, they decided to take it upon themselves to try their best to curve my mindset. Hikigaya said as he handed Bulma another tool. Were they able to? Bulma asked as took the tool from Hikigaya. I like to think that they were one of the main reasons why Goku was able to get through to me. But I think that if I were to stay at that school, I would have been able to eventually, although not to the degree I am now. Whether Hikigaya liked it or not, traveling to this new world was overall a good thing for him. While it did come with its own set of problems, such as no friends or family, he was able to get much stronger than he was ever going to be in his own world, and he was able to meet new people that made the pain of not seeing his family just that little bit easier to handle. Then how come you decided to drop out of school if you felt as if what they were doing was a good thing? No offense, but you don't seem like the type to just go like that and leave it unresolved. She was right in what she had said to him, although she was off the marker by about a few universes. Good thing I prepared to be asked something like this instead of making it up, he thought in relief. Well, you would be right in that assessment, but I didn't have much of a choice. I took the fall for another student and that resulted me getting kicked out of my school, he said as he chuckled bitterly as to sell the story. The sad thing is that I never got to say goodbye to any of them, but in the end, it was what brought me here, so I don't mind, he said as he put off the excuse nonchalantly when in reality he did mind. Considering all I ever think about is going home, I mind a lot, he thought as he stopped himself from going off the deep end again like he does occasionally. I'm sure that they know you're thankful for what they did for you, Hachiman. Even if you didn't get to tell them goodbye. But that's just how I would picture it, if it were me of course, but I'm sure you get the point. She said as she came back from under the RV. But there's no point in being such a downer though, Hachiman, okay? I'm sure that you'll see them again one day, alright? She said as she smiled and hugged him slightly. Now let's go see if the RV will start up again. Bulma Voic. Ed as she walked inside of the RV, leaving him standing there wondering one thing. She kind of makes me miss home a little less. I don't really know how to feel about that. But it's not right. Ah, that hits the spot after a long day, right, Hachi? Goku asked Hikigaya, who was sitting beside him while he was trying to scarf down as much food as he could before Goku eats it all. Yesh. Ssthure thim. Yeah, sure thing. Hikigaya says as he's trying to talk with his mouth full. Damn it, Hikigaya, if you eat that much before us then we won't get anything else either. Yamcha yelled. Ed as he was fearfully watching all the pounds of food that was on the table seconds ago starting to disappear. Yamcha, if we just sit here looking at both of these gluttons then we will have to hunt for food later. Hurry up and just eat. Puar said intelligently as he started to chow down on all of the food that they all made earlier. Why you too, Puar? Damn it. Alright then, you asked for it. Get ready for Wolf-Fanged Feast. Yamcha declared as he started swiping all of the food away from the table quicker than the eye could see, as well as devouring it before it even looked like it touched his mouth. What the how is that possible? Both Goku and Hikigaya exclaimed as he was watching their newfound friend swiping all the food away before they could even get their hands on it. Damn it, Yamcha, how the hell is that fair? We can't even touch the food before you grab it. Hikigaya cried over how unfair the situation was against Yamcha's Wolf-Fanged Feast. At this rate, I won't be able to get enough food for my training. I've got to think of something and quick. The food is flying faster by the second. He thought intensely at the situation at hand. Sorry, Hikigaya, Goku, you old have thought about us before stuffing your faces. Yamcha yelled out to them in a cocky voice before a piece of food got flinged out of his grasp. Wow, that was close, Yamcha said to himself. Single quote, I gotta stay focused if I want to keep up this pace. One slight movement off then all of the food will start getting flinged out of here, he thought as he was getting back into focusing his hand movement. Unfortunately for him, Hikigaya started to notice something with his movement. Wait a second, there's a pattern in his arm movements. It's hard to tell at first since it pretty much looks like a blur. But maybe I can try it if what I'm seeing is correct. As he thought that, he tried putting his thoughts into practice. I'm gonna try something that made him Goku, although I'm not sure if why. Are able to do it due to how small your arms are. Hikigaya whispered to Goku as he nodded at him. Hey, it looks like me and Puar are going to be the only ones to eat today. He thought with glee as he was going for another piece of food as it was somehow taken from him before he was able to take it. What the hell? He thought as it was thrown towards Hikigaya. And while Hikigaya was not able to get it inside of his mouth. He now knows how to try and counter Yamcha's Wolf-Fanged Feast. What's wrong, Yamcha? Didn't get food this time? Hikigaya said with a shit-eating grin, that only served to piss off Yamcha. There's no way that you're able to perfect one of the Wolf-Fanged Fist moves while trying to get something to eat, Hikigaya. All you're going to do is fling all of the food away. He yelled in outrage at the situation. Oh? What's wrong, Yamcha? Hikigaya said while leaning in forward, going all in on pissing off someone mode. Which happens to be one of his 108 skills. Afra, that one of the skills you perfected throughout your life happens to be picked up so easily by a guy that trained less than a year? He said smugly as he processed to use said move again, and while it did miss, it started getting closer to his mouth, as it only missed his face by a small amount. Which happened to put a bigger shit-eating grin on his face than there was before. The hell is with this guy and only serving to piss me off? Yamcha thought angrily. Oh, so you want to play it like that, huh, Hikigaya? Fine, but don't try crying to your mommy when I beat you at what I practiced all of my life. He declared as they both started getting serious and started doing their own version of Wolf-Fanged Feast. Over the course of their duel against Wolf-Fanged Feast, Goku realized that most of it was not making it into Hikigaya's mouth, so Goku decided to get far behind him and catch all the food that was not making it into Hikigaya's mouth, so that he could eat it instead of it going to waste. Damn, there's still something that I'm not getting that is allowing him to be able to get all of the food in his mouth. How does he do it? Oh, that's why he was doing a pattern like that. He Would only be able to get all of the food in his mouth with that pattern. But if I want to counter that, I need to be more unpredictable with my movements than him. I guess this will take more trial and error. But I got an idea of what I need to do now. Hikigaya thought with a new sense of what he should be doing in order to counter his style. If I keep on trying to copy his movements, then that will get me nowhere. He's the master of his own craft and there is no way I could top that right now. So what I should do, as he thought that, he decided to move his arms even faster, pushing them to the limit, and due to that, he performed a move that created two afterimages of his arms that were able to grab onto food, therefore giving him two extra hands to grab food with while keeping up the speed of Wolf-Fanged Feast. Is to give myself more room to make errors. This is how I will proceed to counter you, Yamcha. Hikigaya thought with determination as he started to outpace Yamcha in grab-ing food due to him having two extra false appendages over Yamcha. How the hell is he doing that? That has nothing to do with my style. Is he starting to create something new with using my style as a foundation? Yamcha thought with curiosity, as he was starting to slow down in awe of what Hikigaya was doing. Why the hell is there so much food on the ground? Bulma yelled at him, being pretty pissed off that 25% of the food that they had made together was flung on the ground like there was some kind of food fight. We felt bad for the animals, tell the truth or else. She growled out, looking like the embodiment of anger itself, while Hikigaya grimaces at her expression, knowing that he's about to get hit in some way. Bulma, don't get too mad at Hachi. He was just trying to get a new move down. Goku exclaimed. Damn it, Goku, don't make this worse for me, Hikigaya thought with dread as it looked like she somehow got even angrier. What? She said, deceptively calm, although the aura around her says anything else but that. Yeah, you should have seen Bulma. It looked like he had like 4 arms. It was super cool. It was like some I don't know, but it was really impressive. I never seen someone do that before, he said as it looked like there were stars in his eyes. You're lucky today, but if I catch you doing that again, you're going to be 6 feet under. Understand, she stated with a huff. Crystal, now can you stop looking like you're going to kill me, please? I very much like being alive, he said in a deadpan expression. You're a lifesaver, Goku. Thank you for not knowing better, he thought with a sigh. Fine, just start setting up for camp. I can't stay mad at you for long anyways. You're too much of a dummy, she said as she started going off before she paused. And clean up all of this mess. It's your fault and I don't want any animals coming over here because of it, she stated as she finally went to the RV after chewing Hikigaya out. There had to be a catch, he thought with a sigh, as he started cleaning up the mess he had made over his fight with Yamcha. But besides that, this gives me an idea of what hold do for some of my training going forwards. While I don't think that it will be anything of use for now, what I was able to do earlier was pretty versatile even if it's not really accurate currently. So I guess that's something to think about, he thought to himself as he was cleaning up all of the food that was thrown around. Pav Bulma. Over the course of a few hours, Hachiman was finally able to clean up everything after the mess that he made. Then everyone else felt bad about making Hachiman cleaning up on his own, as it was not only his fault apparently, as Puar told her, and that they all had a part to play. And the only reason why they decided not to tell her earlier was because she apparently looked like anger manifested, of which she took full offense to. Anyways, after that, EY decided to start going to bed for the night, but she wanted to go see Hachiman one more time. Why do I feel the need to go see him right now? It's not like he needs me to tell him good night. He's not a little boy, she thought, trying to rationalize why she would want to see Hachiman one last time before she goes to bed. I mean, I really should still be mad at him after what he did early. With all the food we prepared together, considering it's out of character for him to do something like that. I know Goku said something about him being able to make some kind of move or something like that. But I wasn't really paying attention at the time, she thought to herself. But from what Puar told me earlier, Yamcha pretty much egged them on, although I can't talk to the guy without him feeling the urge to go to the bathroom to avoid me from my presence, which is kinda weird. But he doesn't seem like the type to be perverted like that, I hope, she thought with a shiver. But I guess I should apologize to Hachiman about that. I haven't exactly been easy on him today, and I don't think the ride here helped with that, she thought as she grimaced slightly at how she was pretty much a backseat driver to Hachiman all day. Well, I could always do something to make it up to him. I have been putting off making a charger for his phone for a while now, and I got the idea of what I should do to make the charger for him. and I should be able to get it done for him in just a few hours at most," she said to herself, knowing what to do in order to make it up to her friend on how she was acting today. Not that she cared or anything, just to make sure they were even, at least that's what she told herself. Although that's what she planned on, she ran into some issues before she could even start. "Alright, I just need to find where my capsules or what happened to my capsules," she thought as she paused in her tracks as she racked her brain trying to remember where she had placed her capsules last time. Where could it be? "Okay, Bulma, what did you do today where you could have misplaced your capsules?" she wondered as she was walking in circles, as it was a part of her method of trying to figure out where the capsules are. "Okay, you were in the RV most of the day, but I don't think it's here, or I would have found it already. Okay, the only times you really went outside was to cook food and fix the O. That's probably where I left it, when I was working on the RV with Hachiman," she thought as she celebrated in her mind, but then realized that it's getting pretty dark and she would likely be searching under the RV, and while she would never say it, it was slightly unsettling having to go under said vehicle while it was dark. "I guess I could ask Hachiman to come with me, if he isn't asleep already. I never really bother to look if he is sleeping most of the time, mainly cause he stays up pretty late, but I'll assume he's pretty tired after today, so if he's up I'll go ask him," she rationalized in her mind, as she was totally not afraid of going under a RV in the dark by herself. No way, she just wanted company is all, and he happened to be the only semi-normal person here. Besides a hyperactive child, a possible pervy guy that goes to the bathroom in fear or anyways, and the other one is just a cat who is friends with said possible perv, so the best optio. N was the scary-eyed, not really scary anymore, sometimes cynical boy who she happened to like more than the rest. Although she had never caught him sleeping, she had seen him occasionally groggy on the couch. As there was not many other places to sleep in the RV, and it was starting to get a little packed with the addition of Yamcha and Puar, as the RV only had 2 beds and 1 bedroom, and she assumed he didn't want to cuddle up with Goku, considering when she found that out that Yamcha wanted to sleep on a bed. Well, let's just say he was kicked off a few minutes after Goku started to sleep, so that was out of the question. As she was walking to the main living area of the RV, she checked and realized that he wasn't there, which sorta surprised her. Maybe he's outside doing something, but it's really late. What could he possibly do at this hour? She pondered as she was preparing to go outside, while also bringing her trusty rifle in case there was something that was too much for her to handle alone. "I know I should probably get my tools first, but after that I should go look for Hachiman and see what he's doing up so late," she rationalized in her mind as she set off outside, in order to get her tools, albeit with the caution of a fox. But as she was going to get her tools, she heard a loud sound towards the side of the RV, and without thinking, she sprayed her gun without looking. What the hell was that? Some kind of animal? She thought with fear as she looked in front of her to see a sight she was not expecting. "What the hell, Bulma?" Hikigaya yells out, somewhat pissed, albeit having not done much harm to him. Pav Hikigaya. Under the silver glow of the moon, Hikigaya stands in the clearing, his stance low and steady. The air around him feels charged as he focuses on replicating the fluid motions Yamcha demonstrated during their so-called sparring match. His movements are deliberate, though still slightly awkward due to it being something new. Wolf Fa. Ing Fist. I would have called it something else, but it is effective. Yamcha made it look easy, but I could barely keep up, but if I perfect it, it will only add on to my countering style, and maybe I'll be able to perfect that one move I did while trying to replicate it. I haven't been able to do it since due to the strain, so I just got lucky. Hikigaya thought to himself while trying to do some the moves he had seen Yamcha do over some of their battles on the road, or when they got food. He steps forward, his hand slicing through the air in a flurry of strikes. His speed increases, but the precision is still lacking. This isn't just about power or speed. It's the rhythm, the control. He said it should feel natural when I asked him. Yeah, like anything feels natural to me in this damned world of broken-ass people. He muttered to himself while getting frustrated. Hikigaya's frustration grows as he repeats the sequence over and over, stumbling on certain transitions. His breaths grow heavier, but he refuses to stop. If I can't do this, then what is the point of me trying to get further beyond them? I'm still lagging behind Goku. Yamcha is still an obstacle that is hard to overcome. And that's not to mention that there's likely an wall I cannot overcome. That is likely coming sooner than later, and me? I'm just here, a guy playing catch-up in a world that doesn't care if I survive or not. I launched into another sequence, focusing on speed this time. My punches blurred in the dim light, but they lacked the power he had wanted. I gritted my teeth, frustration bubbling under the surface. This is what I get for being the weakest link. Every time I hold back the group, it feels like dead weight dragging me down. I need to close the gap. I need to prove that I belong in this world too. A loud crack echoed as my fist slammed into a tree, leaving a deep hole inside the tree. I pulled back, shaking out my hand. Better. Still not enough. I need to get stronger, faster. Better if I want to survive in this world. He thought with an otherworldly determination as he was preparing to restart his stance. But just as he was doing that, he heard a rustling sound behind him, which had made his heart leap up into his throat, and as he turned, he was met with the harsh light of a flashlight. Great, my flow got ruined now, he thought, being somewhat annoyed. The light shifted, revealing Bulma's unmistakable silhouette. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, a deafening bang filled the air. I didn't even have time to react as the first bullet grazed my side. Then came another, and another. Each impact sent a dull shock through my body, but I remained standing, more annoyed than injured. As she finally stopped shooting, he yelled out to her, "What the hell, Bulma?" Hikigaya yells out, somewhat pissed, albeit having not done much harm to him. The flashlight wobbled as she lowered it, her wide eyes locking onto me. Hachiman, oh my god, I thought you were a monster, she said with fear, hoping she didn't hurt him too much. Hikigaya brushes dirt off his shoulder, deadpanning. Yeah, the real monster here is your aim. You just unloaded an entire magazine on me, he said, still being annoyed at her. Bulma approaches cautiously, her flashlight revealing Hikigaya's sweat-soaked form. What are you even doing out here at this hour? It's like 2 in the morning, she said, somewhat confused. Hikigaya crosses his arms, his voice clipped. Practicing. What does it look like? I know you're practicing, you idiot. I mean, why, Hachiman, Don? Do you think I haven't been noticing that you're never in bed when I check occasionally? Do you always practice this late? She questioned him as he grimaced while looking away to try and feel less guilty about it. It's not that big of a deal, Bulma. It's just extra training is all. There's nothing wrong with it. I've been doing this for months in order to keep up with the rest of them, he said, trying to reason with the blue-haired women. What do you mean keep up? You're already rivaling Goku in power and you're basically a level above Yamcha. Why do you feel as if you need to keep going harder when you're already keeping up as it is? She questioned, confused by his statement of not keeping up, as it was clear to her that he clearly was, and was pretty much surpassing Yamcha as it is. And to that, Hikigaya responded with this. I'm sure you noticed how dangerous this world can truly be if you do not have something going for you, whether that be things like Goku adaptability, your intelligence, or Yamcha's ability to survive. I do not have the type of power to keep up with those that have talent. But there's one thing that doesn't fail those who try to strive for what they want. You want to know what it is? He asked her, as she nodded, paying attention to him. Bulma, the one thing that can surpass anything within this world and beyond. And that is hard work, he stated, being completely serious. I used to think that while hard work would never betray those who did it, it was something that could never beat those who had both talent and a work ethic. He paused as he looked into the night sky with a determined expression. But this world has taught me that there are such things as becoming talented in doing hard work, so I realized, if I ever wanted to achieve my goal, I needed to become talented in hard work. In order to beat those who have both in their arsenal, he said as he looked back at Bulma. That is why I stay out so late practicing, Bulma, he stated, finishing his reasoning. Hachiman, that's, she couldn't finish off her words as she sighed. What kind of mentality is that? I can't help but respect it, but the way he was talking about it, it made it say. Like he was going to work himself to death in order to achieve his goal, but what's the point in a goal if he dies before reaching it? She thought as she was trying to think of a solution to the problem of what she assumed to be Hikigaya overworking himself. I need to get back to training. I'm sure you can understand why I'm doing this now, Bulma, he stated as he was resetting his stance to continue. If that's what you want, then I can't stop you, Hachiman. But that's not going to stop me from being there for you, she shouted as she stomped over out of range of Hikigaya and sat nearby in order to watch him. Hikigaya acknowledges this, but doesn't do anything in order to dissuade her into leaving. I mean, what do you expect me to do? Carry her back to the RV and tuck her good night? What good will that do? I'm sure she'll leave when she gets tired anyways, he assumes, as he keeps on practicing his own version of wolf-fanged fist against the beaten-up tree. 2 hours later, smash! After the amount of time he had practiced on the tree, it had finally fallen, which was the goal that Hikigaya had set for himself, although he was left unsatisfied. It was not nearly as good as that one time I was able to put a hole in the entire thing, but it's likely almost morning and muscles need rest time. Unfortunately, maybe that can be a Dragon Ball wish. Nah, I need something more practical. Like being able to unlock key easier or something like that, he thought as he yawned. Then he turned back to see Bulma, who was surprisingly still awake watching him. You are ready to go to bed now, Hachiman, she said while looking not very tired, which was sorta a surprise to Hikigaya. Yeah, I am now, I guess, he said, being a bit weirded out by the way she said that. Good, come with me now, she said as she marched over, grabbed his hand and dragged him back to the RV. Why are you dragging me back like this, Bulma? I was going to go to sleep anyways, he said, but her grip on him did not loosen up in the slightest. I know, but since you going stay up until 4 in the morning training, I figured you might as well get better sleep than being on the couch, she said as she dragged him into her room. What does that have to do with me being in your room, Bulma? He said, not expecting anything from it, unlike what some others would think in his situation. Isn't it obvious? Why, you're going to be sleeping in the same bed as me, she said as if it were obvious. Aren't we skipping a few steps here, Bulma? He said, a bit embarrassed at the circumstances in front of him. What do you mean skipping a few? Oh, get your head out of the damn gutter, Hachiman. I mean sleep in the same damn bed, not that, she clarified as she started moving over to the other side of her large bed. Damn, am I a prude of something, or is this still embarrassing? He thought to himself as he took his shoes off and slowly got on his side of the bed while trying to ignore Bulma's gaze. There we go, not so hard, huh? Bulma said, being a little oblivious of Hikigaya's state of mind. Anyways, I listened to what you said, Hachiman, and I know I can't stop you from what you're trying to achieve, eh? That would be unfair to you and for what you're trying to achieve. But I want you to promise something to me if you're really serious about what you're doing, Hachiman, she stated. Damn it, another promise I'll have to keep, he thought with dread. What is it, Bulma? He asked her as he waited for a response. I don't want you to work yourself to death, Hachiman. Please promise me you won't do that, she said while being completely serious. I promise not to work myself to death on purpose, Bulma, he said in a quiet voice that wouldn't be heard if it was not for how late it was. That's all I can ask of you, Hachiman. Good night, she said as she turned off the lights, then faces away from him as she goes to sleep. I hope I never have to go to far as to kill myself in order to achieve my goals, Bulma, but frankly, that is impossible in a messed up world like this. That's why nothing is off the table, he vowed in his mind as he tried to go to sleep, unaware of this battle that he will be facing all by his lonesome in the very close future. As it turned out, trying to go to sleep when there is a girl right beside you, a very pretty one mind you, is not as easy as you think it would be. Said no one ever, Hikigaya thought as he quietly scoffed while trying to unravel the stomach knots inside of his body so he could gain the slightest chance of sleep without being complete. Really exhausted of all of his body's resources in order to gain the will needed to sleep beside Bulma. I mean, come on, this is unfair to me. How am I going to be able to sleep beside a girl when I get flustered by handholding? Aren't I missing a few steps? He thought as he was practically hanging off the bed he's supposed to be laying on. Hachiman, get it together. You fought against a guy who can put craters in the ground. Stuff like this should be nothing at this point, he thought as he was trying to get a grasp onto himself. Alright, it's nothing to it. You held hands with Yukinoshita once. This should be as easy as downing a Max coffee. He cuts off his whispering as he shakes his head as he gets more onto the bed as he puts some of the blanket onto himself. Okay, the hard part is done. Now it is time, he was thinking, but it was cut off when Bulma moved over to his side of the bed and put her head on his chest unconsciously. Yeah, sleep is overrated anyways. What even is sleep? I did all-nighters with my Vita-chan before. I wish I still had it, he thought in defeat as he accepted his fate. What Hachiman did not account for is that Bulma did that on purpose to be petty, and she may have wanted to hear his heartbeat, but she did have a thought that she was not likely going to voice. Who is Yukinoshita to Hikigaya? 5 hours later, somehow and someway, Hikigaya was able to get a molecule of sleep while being in the same bed as Bulma. Which is fine, surprisingly, considering this is the amount of sleep that Hikigaya usually gets within one night. Maybe I should add it to my 108 skills. Wait, no. Insomnia sounds pathetic if I try to make it cool. Maybe when I unlock Ki I'll never need sleep again. Yeah, that's the ticket. Infinite energy mode, but then what? Would be the point of max? I'll figure it out when I get there, he thought delusionally. Although for now, he stuck to having Goku beat him up every morning and calling it a spa. Speaking of said spa, Bulma. Do you know where Oh hey Hachi. Why are you in Bulma's bed? Is the couch broken? He said as he kept bombarding Hikigaya with question after question. Although what Goku didn't know is that Hikigaya was currently blue screening. This is it. This is my last day on Earth. I haven't felt this much shame since Kamaiki looking at me like a different species when I first told her I wanted to be a house husband. King Kai, please take care of me and allow me to know the Kaioken, because that would be sick as hell or heaven in this case, he thought in embarrassment at the event unfold. In front of him as he tried some way to salvage his mind. Thankfully for his own sanity, Bulma was able to react a lot faster than Hikigaya at the current moment. BWAM, Goku, get out of my room now. Don't you know it's rude to go into another woman's room without knocking? She said as she screamed as she hid him out of her room, while also waking up almost everyone in the process. Thank Kami for the small miracles, I guess, he thought miserably while getting out of bed to stretch for a second. Sorry about that, Bulma. Usually Goku goes to wake me up to spar with him in the mornings despite what I want, he said as he started cracking his back. It's alright, Hachiman, she muttered, brushing her hair back. It's just kinda embarrassing being caught like that, but at least it's Goku. He's too dumb to even think this could be something else. He smirked. Is that a compliment or an insult? She decided that smirking was also an appropriate response to the question. Both, she said as she laughed lightly. Although I don't know why it felt weird when I phrased it like that, she paused for a second as she thought that not knowing why she even felt like that in the first place. That's good. I guess I probably should get going now before Yamcha suddenly gains the ability to not be afraid of women. He huffed amused as he went to get the extra stuff he had on him before going to eat. As he grabbed his stuff and headed for the door, Bulma called out, a little more hesitant. Hachiman, wait. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. I know it's been a few months since you asked me to make that charger for you, Hachiman, and I'm sorry it took so long, but I should be finished with it by the end of the day, okay? She said lightly to him as if it was no big deal. To Hikigaya, however, it had meant a lot more than just that. The weight of the promises he had made to himself in order to return to his own world had started to make him question his resolve. He was rting to enjoy being in this world as much as he wanted to deny it to himself, but at the mention of the phone, even though it was always on his mind, it was as if he remembered what he was fighting for in the first place. So with an action that neither of them could have predicted, she thought as she was suddenly in Hikigaya's embrace. The smile he gave her wasn't sarcastic. It was quiet, grateful. I can't tell you with words about how grateful I am for you doing this for me, Bulma. So this is all I can do. But just know what you did for me, I will never forget it, he said quietly. As he led off her as he went out to spar with Goku, testing out his new style variation. She thought, shell-shocked. Goku Pav, I might be a little dumb. Hachi tells me that a lot, there's always something weird when I spar with him. Goku ducked under a sweeping kick, his instincts lighting up as he twisted mid-air and launched a counterpunch. Hikigaya blocked it just in time, his feet skidding against the ground from the impact. Hachi's been telling me to pay more attention to my surroundings. At first, I didn't really get it, but now I notice things I used to miss. Especially with him. Their sparring match continued in bursts of movement that was fluid and calculated. Goku grinned as he tossed Hachiman aside with a well-timed strike, though the other boy landed smoothly and came back swinging. One thing I picked up is how unmotivated he seems sometimes. That's the word, right? Unmotivated, yeah, that's it. I remember him saying that once. On the surface, Hikigaya moved with sharp focus, always watching, always calculating, but there was something in his eyes, like he was holding something back. He tries, I know he does. But when he fought Yamcha a few weeks ago, there was something different. He looked hungry, not food hungry like me, but like he needed to win or else he was going to I dunno, but it was something. The memory made Goku's Saiyan blood stir. I want to see that side of him. I want to fight that Hachi. He thought eagerly as he got back off the wall and propelled himself towards Hikigaya with a high kick. Driven by that thought, Goku lunged forward with a high kick only to catch Hikigaya flush on the head. The impact slammed him into the ground with a dull crack as dust scattered from the crater. Oh oops, good spar Hachi, you need help up? He asked as Hikigaya mumbled something unintelligible which he took as a yes. It's probably not time yet, but one day, I want to fight him when he's going all out. No holding back. When he's ready, I'll meet him head on. Just like Grandpa taught me. He thought internally while smiling to himself while helping Hikigaya up. Goku, you mind not giving me a concussion every time we spar in the morning? I'm not trying to become wheelchair bound, he said as he sighed while cracking his neck. Stop being such a baby, Hachi, Goku said with his usual clueless grin. I wouldn't hit that hard if I didn't think you could take it. Yeah, damn physical monster. Hikigaya sighed as he muttered that last part under his breath. Come on, let's get something to eat. But Goku, can you promise me something first? Huh, something bad? Goku tilted his head, still casually picking his nose as he followed. Don't tell Yamcha and Puar that me and Bulma are sleeping in the same room, Hikigaya said, deadpan. They'll get the wrong idea. And I really don't want to deal with Yamcha becoming even more terrified of her if she finds out. Okay, sure, but I don't get it. We used to sleep in the same room back at Grandpa's place. What's different now? Goku asked, genuinely puzzled. Is this one of those, you can't treat girls like guys things you explained? Yes, Goku, Hachiman replied flatly, rubbing his temples. Exactly that. And yes, I know we've had this talk before. Don't worry Hachi, I will make sure the others don't find out. He smiled childishly as he rubbed the back of his head. While Hikigaya sighed while walking with him evenly. As they walked side by side toward the RV, Goku glanced sideways at his friend. Someday, Hachi, I want to fight the real you. The one that doesn't hold back. When that day comes, I'll give it everything I've got. Not just because I want to win, but because you're the only person I've looked up to besides Grandpa. He is determined to be able to prove himself to Hikigaya in an all-out battle. A spark of determination lit in his eyes, rare and fierce. For once, it wasn't just about getting stronger. It was about proving something to his pride. Few hours later on the road to the worn-out RV cruised down a dirt trail, bouncing lightly with every rock and dip in the road. Dust trailed behind the wheels, and the engine hummed under the grip of perhaps the most reluctant driver in the world. Come on, Hikidani, you've been driving like a grandma for the past hour and a half. What's it gonna take for you to go an extra couple of miles? Yamcha groaned from the passenger seat, messing with his hair for reasons Hikigaya couldn't even begin to comprehend. Let's just say my track record with vehicles isn't great, Hikigaya muttered. His hands locked on the steering wheel in a death grip. And leave it at that, he said in a tone that would seem sarcastic if it were not for the fact he was as stiff as a board. And was gripping the wheel with a force that seemed far too excessive. You're a weird one, Hikidani. One moment you're all, let's end this with everything we've got. And the next it's, if I go over 40 miles an hour I'll throw out my back. Make up your mind, man, he said while chuckling at the sides of Hikigaya. I don't want to hear irrational fears from a guy that avoids the opposite gender like a 7-year-old learning about cooties, and my name is Hikigaya, quit butchering it. He said annoyed as he tried to focus on the road. I swear, I don't need to be reminded of that name those normies gave me back in my world. I don't care if it's too hard to pronounce a 4-syllable word, deal with it. He thought internally annoyed at the name choice that Yamcha had bestowed upon him. Yamcha chuckled, unfazed. Ah, come on, Bulma gets to call you by your first name, and Goku calls you Hachi. Why can't I have Hikidani? He said whining while leaning back into his chair looking up into the ceiling. Because you're barely anything more than an acquaintance to me, Yamcha. Don't take it the wrong way or anything, but it took me more than 6 months for me to consider Goku a friend and he's like the nicest kid ever. He said in a tone that left not much to argue for in that front. Then how come you warmed up to Bulma so fast, huh? Yamcha grinned with a teasing glint. Don't tell me Hikidani's got a crush? Hikigaya's eye twitched. It's not like I have an interest in Bulma or anything. I still have to get back home, considering I have more than enough people waiting on me. I can't waste time on romantic stuff like that if I'll just leave it behind. And that's not fair to Bulma or me, and that's not even counting Vegeta. I gotta eventually cut ties with her, as that's the best possible outcome for both of us. Better to hate than to grieve. I might as well mess with Yamcha though for the sake of it. I can call her in here right now to confirm that if you really want to open that can of worms. But you'll have to ask her directly. Actually, I should do that, Since you're so insistent on calling me Hikitani, Hikigaya said darkly as he was about to yell out for Bulma. Wait, let's not be so hasty here, Hikit. I mean Hikigaya, you don't need to bring Bulma here to confirm. Please, I beg you. He cried out like a baby as he was on his knees while pleading with Hikigaya to not bring in Bulma. All the while Hikigaya had a dark smirk on his face. Are you sure? It really seemed like you wanted to know. It's really no trouble at all, really. All I have to do is say. "Bu," he was about to yell as he got his mouth covered by a fearful Yamcha. Please man, don't do this to me. I'll do anything for you to quit it and for you to stop having that nasty look on your face. It's creeping me out, he said with a pitiful expression while he was covering his mouth in order to stop him from yelling out to her. The RV lurched slightly as it slowed, tires crunching over gravel. Without a word, Hikigaya grabbed Yamcha's wrist in a grip that made the martial artist wince. "First of all, get your nasty fingers off my mouth," he said coldly, before tossing Yamcha across the driving area with a sharp flick of his arm. Yamcha landed with a painful thud. "Just leave me alone while I'm driving. Go bother Goku or Puar. I've got enough headaches," he said, annoyed as he started driving on the dirt road again. Fine, I'll leave you be. No need to overreact that much, geez," he said while rubbing the back of his head that had a bump on it. But just before he was able to open the door. "Hachiman, I was able to get a reading on the Dragon radar. It should be around 30 miles from here. I can't believe we only have one more after us. Is he alright?" Bulma said, not realizing that she basically slammed the door on Yamcha on the same spot he had landed on while Hikigaya threw him, which had basically knocked him out. Yeah, he'll be fine," Hikigaya replied flatly, eyes on the road. "You said something about Dragon Balls being nearby?" Bulma blinked. "Yeah, just keep going straight, it's coming from that direction." Hikigaya nodded but frowned slightly as he glanced at the sky ahead. "These aren't clouds, this looks a lot more like smoke than anything else. Damn it, where was this from again?" he internally said as his attention was taken up by the clouds. "Hey Bulma, do you have any idea where we're heading?" he said as he kept driving where she told him. "If I remember correctly, we should be heading in the direction of Fry Pan Mountain." "Why?" she said despondently as she was looking at her dragon radar the whole time while she said that. "No reason," he said as casually as he could, though Bulma gave him a curious glance before returning to the radar. "Fry Pan Mountain sounds a lot more familiar. I think that's where Goku and Chi-Chi had their wedding there, because it was where they first met in order to get the Bancho fan from Master Roshi to put out the fire. Oh fire. That's why," he thought in a deadpan. His hands tightened slightly on the wheel. "You know, for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this." 45 minutes later, as per logic, obviously the sky turns red as soon as there is a scary flaming mountain right in front of me. That really inspires confidence. Hikigaya thought with a blank look on Hi's face as he came as close as he could without it being too obvious. "Okay, this should be good, Hachiman. Let's discuss what we're going to do with the others," she said as she went out of the driving cockpit into the living area. "I don't know why, but I really am not having a good feeling about this place. I know something wrong is about to happen," he thought as he followed Bulma into the living area. "Everyone get inside of the living area. That includes you, Yamcha," she yelled out as she took a seat beside Hikigaya, waiting for everyone to come so they could discuss the plan of getting the second to last Dragon Ball. As she had said that, the three of them came trickling one by one until all of them got there, although Yamcha reluctantly was there at the edge of the room. "It's progress," Yamcha thought happily at his pathetic attempt to get closer to a woman. "Alright guys, it's time to go look for the 7th Dragon Ball. Now I know that the mountain is big among some other undesirable things. So we're going to need some eyes in the sky. That's why Goku and Puar are going to work together in looking for the Dragon Ball amongst the Fire Mountain," she said as both Puar and Goku high-fived each other. "I will stay in the RV in order to make sure that I can keep communication up between all of you when you're all searching for the Dragon Ball in case one of you gets in danger or if you find them," she said as she pulled a capsule out in order to give everyone a walkie-talkies. "And lastly, Hachiman and Yamcha will work together in looking for the Dragon Balls on the ground. I can't exactly tell you where the Dragon Ball is with just one radar, but these walkie-talkies should be able to sense the energy that the Dragon Balls give off as you get closer. Anyways, as soon as you find it, we should leave as it's likely something is going on here that we probably shouldn't deal with considering the massive flaming mountain is giving off something bad," she said, finishing off her plan. "That's not such a bad thing, I guess. If I get in big trouble, I could always just throw Yamcha into the trouble, he thought, huffing to himself as he got prepared to go out there with his martial arts clothing before Bulma stopped him. Wait a minute, Hachiman. I am not letting you go out there with those old torn-up clothes, she said as she pulled out a red capsule as she let it pop into newer clothes. These should be a lot more durable than what you've been wearing, and it should fit better too, she said as she put the newer clothes into his hands. Thank you, Bulma. I appreciate it, he said as he took those clothes over his old ones as he went into the bathroom. The top was a dark gray short-sleeved GI, with subtle indigo trim running along the edges and sleeves. A small cap, Sul Corp logo was embroidered over the right chest. On the back, outlined in a deep red thread, was a single kanji, Nai or endure. Huh, that's actually thoughtful. The undershirt was a darker indigo than the trim and had a surprising heft to it, probably some weighted material, maybe 5 pounds or so. The pants matched the GI in charcoal color and felt equally durable. The belt was the same shade as the undershirt, and the boots were sleek, tough, and practical. Damn, this is actually pretty nice. I can move a lot better in these as well, and it doesn't feel like the pants are about to F all down every time like when I wore Gohan's clothes. Plus I feel like an actual martial artist with these on. If only I could ignore the flaming mountain of death, he thought positively until he remembered what he had to do as he gone back out to the living area. Wow, Hachi, you look super cool, he said with shiny eyes as he ran all around him while looking all over him talking about all the stuff on him. Dang, I want a GI like that, Yamcha said as he sighed. Maybe if you weren't so afraid of Bulma you could ask her for one then, Yamcha. Puar was unhelpfully supplied. Maybe later, Puar, he said laughing nervously hoping Bulma didn't hear it, which she didn't, considering she was too busy looking at Hikigaya. Wow, I mean I knew he was going to look good in it. I made it after all, she said to herself. That GI made you look pretty good, Hachiman, about what I expected since I made it after all, she said looking very smug in order to cover up her thoughts. Thanks guys, he said while being a little flustered from the compliments. Anyways, we should be going now. I'll see you soon, Goku. Hikigaya had said help left with Yamcha in order to search for the Dragon Balls. I'll see you later, Hachi, he said as he left. Don't know about you, but I'd say we check out the village first, Hikigaya. It might be in one of the houses, he said as he was walking with him. Probably not. These houses look like they've been abandoned for a few years, but I guess it doesn't hurt, he said while walking to the village with Yamcha. Hikigaya was right in his assumption as when Hay had checked most of the houses they were mostly empty with the occasion trash and burn marks from the mountain when it is an especially bad day. But there were a few unsettling things about this village that both Yamcha and Hikigaya had taken note of. I know I'm not the only one seeing this, right, Hikigaya, he said with a little dread in his voice. No, you're not sure it could be animals, but they usually don't even leave the bones. What they had saw in front of them was a skeleton of what they could have assumed was a very large man. They could only really assume because upper half of it looked like it had been ripped off. But what had made them pause was that it looked like the cutoff point had been crushed and cut off at the same time, as if it was cut by a dull axe over and over again in the same spot. I wouldn't worry about it that much, Yamcha. This thing looks like it's years old. Whatever happened here I probably not going to happen to us likely, he said coolly. But even Hikigaya was a bit shaken up by the brutal picture this skeleton had represented. Why, yeah, let's just see if there's anything else before we look somewhere else, he said as he walked shakily out. That's kinda weird. You would think that Yamcha would be used to this type of stuff since he is a desert bandit. Sure, he never killed anyone directly, but he definitely killed a lot indirectly with all of the people he left stranded in the desert. I wonder, he thought as he walked in pace with Yamcha. I have a question for you, Yamcha, he asked while going into another dilapidated house. What is it? He said while looking around for something valuable, even if it is not the Dragon Ball. How come you are so afraid of women? He said casually as if he asked about the weather. Why are you asking now? He said in a slightly cold tone as he has a slight idea why he asked that question. I figured that it is something I should know since we're working together, besides getting stronger. Oh. Nay, of your goals is to stop being afraid of women, right? It's only a logical decision to ask why it came about in the first place, he said, giving out a perfectly reasonable answer to that question. He stayed silent for about a minute before speaking again. I guess that's fair, but this doesn't go out to anyone else. I'm only telling you because you won't make a big deal out of it like Puar would. I don't need that pity when I can fix it on my own, got it? He said with a resolute tone. Sure thing. He said in a dull tone. All right. Since I figured you only want the actual details and not a story, I'll just say it outright. He said as he took a moment before he spoke out. My mother had done things to me that were not right. Things that a kid shouldn't go through. I was so scared of her. Thinking if I was going to get lucky and be able to eat if she was in a good mood, and hoping that I wouldn't get too hurt by her when she was in a bad one, one day she took it too far and I broke. He said in a sad tone as he was looking at the ground, trying not to look at Hikigaya at the moment. I didn't mean to kill her that day, but I can only remember her face as if I had killed her. I ripped her throat out with my teeth. It was a face of betrayal, as if she didn't expect her punching bag to fight back. I don't regret what I had to do though. I had to realize that after living with Puar for a while. But the fear is well still there, but being with you guys is helping with it, at least a little bit, and I guess I have you to thank for that. He said in a grim smile. Anyways, there seems to be nothing else in this village, so let's go look somewhere else. He said, trying to divert the subject as he walked off in a fast manner. I didn't really expect that, but it makes sense, I suppose. Being an abuse victim from your own mother would constitute a reasonable fear of women, and considering he had been in that desert with Puar the whole time before us, he never really got over it. He thought blankly as he went over to catch up with Yamcha. The fortress loomed between jagged mountain ridges, surrounded by rivers of flames, broken bridges, and outcroppings scorched black by years of eruptions. It looked less like a royal castle and more like the lair of some ancient demon emperor. But the biggest problem was that it was completely surrounded by flames with no possible way to really get inside of it without becoming a fried crisp. Whoever's real estate agent who said this would be prime property should be fired. Hikigaya joked dryly as not even a huff of air came out of Yamcha's nose. Damn, tell me I'm not funny in a nicer way, won't you? It hurts about as much as getting my eyes insulted. They're perfectly normal, you know. He thought as he was in his own head while thinking of ways to deal with this. We might need to regroup with Bulma if the Dragon Ball is inside of that castle. She might have something for us that we can use to get in. Hikigaya said, annoyed as he likely has to deal with this for a while before figuring out how to get in the castle without burning alive. Yamcha nodded at him, still likely out of it after spilling the beans of his trauma towards women. Alright, then let's go back, Yamcha said shortly as he was about to pull out his walkie-talkie. I won't let any villains get near Papa's castle, someone said, likely to be a young girl, as a stray energy blast tore through the mountainside just above them. The force didn't hit them directly, but it smashed into an overhanging cliff. With a deep rumble, the mountain groaned and cracked. An avalanche of scorched stone and dirt burst free. Damn it, look out, Yamcha! Hikigaya yelled out as he leapt towards the way to the castle, but in the process had lost his walk. Taki to the avalanche of flame and cinder. Damn it, where the hell is Yamcha? Hikigaya said to himself frantically as he was thinking for a moment that he had gotten crushed by the rubble. Ah wait, stop shooting that laser towards me, Yamcha said to what he could only assume was the girl shooting the laser towards him. If my guess is correct, then he is likely fighting Chi-Chi. If that's the case, even if he can't fight her, he can likely avoid her. The real problem is that Lazor. If he gets hit by that, well, I don't even want to know. He thought coldly as he stood back up to dust off his own clothes. It may not seem like it, but Yamcha at this stage is likely one of the strongest people we have, pretty much equal to me, so as long as he doesn't do anything stupid he should get out of there easy and get the walkie-talkie to talk to her about sending Goku and Puar for me. He thought as started walking around to see if he could find a spot to get around in order to help Yamcha. Yamcha Pav. On the far side of the collapsed ridge, Yamcha stumbled out of the settling dust, coughing hard. As he squinted through the haze, he caught sight of a small figure bounding down the slope. Far faster than any normal kid should have been able to move. I knew it, you are here to steal from Papa, the girl shouted, leveling her helmet's laser and firing wildly at Yamcha. Ah wait, stop shooting that laser towards me, he said as he kept on dodging her attacks while trying not to get affected by the shockwaves she's making with them. Please stop, you got it all wrong, we are two just get through. Not to steal your father's treasure, we didn't even know anything like that was here. He begged, hoping that would be enough. Only bandits try sneaky routes. Papa said, I'm supposed to fry anyone who gets too close, she said as she was about to fire her helmet laser again. Look, I'm just passing through. Honest, my friend and I were passing heroes trying to figure out how to help with the fire. You separated us with that blast from earlier. Please, I am being honest. He half lied as Yamcha dropped to his knees and slammed his forehead into the dirt. We're not bandits, I'm begging you, hoping that it goes through to her. ... You and your friend help with the fire? She asked, voice softening as her laser helmet had stopped gaining more energy at the top as she decided to cancel it. Why yeah, that's exactly it, Yamcha said, seizing the opportunity. I bet my friend already figured out a way to stop it. I just need to find him. He got separated when you, blasted the ridge, he said, trying to ignore his fear of women, but it's made a bit easier since it's a little girl. Okay then, but if you're lying to me, I'm gonna blast you. You, lucky, I think you're like a handsome knight in shining armor coming to save our kingdom, she said, giggling childishly as she started walking into a direction that he only could assume was a different direction in order to go to the area that Hikigaya had landed in. God damn it, what is with all of these superpowered brats, I swear, Yamcha thought, practically having a mini heart attack at how close he'd just come to being vaporized. I never got your end name, Yamcha muttered. Oh, right, I guess I got a little distracted with all the laser blasting, huh? She said with an embarrassed laugh. I'm Chi-Chi, nice to meet you, Mr. Knight, she said as she bowed as elegantly as she could for someone wearing what he could only assume is a battle bikini. Anyway, we'll take a different route so I can get you to my papa. He should be on the other side of BRAWMMM crack. The entire ridge shook. Yamcha's breath hitched as he stared toward the distant mountain, now reduced to a plume of flame and falling rubble. What he saw wasn't a fight. It was a cataclysm. Oh, I guess Papa's fighting, Chi-Chi said brightly, completely unfazed. What they say to do when you separated from Peep, Liz, to wait in the same spot until more help arrives, but at the same time, it's likely to be more dangerous to stay here in the same place on a magically inflamed mountain, so respectfully ignore the advice that professionals have, considering they don't have to deal with flying dinosaurs that can swoop down to eat you, or having some maniacal women or man trying to kill you while having the ability to rip you in half. He thought as he was making his way to another part of the mountain. I know Yamcha's able to handle the kid, so I'll do my part in looking to see if there's even a single part of the mountain that can let me in that castle. If so, that Dragon Ball is likely in there, he thought as he was making his way around the mountain, unaware of the calamity that was lurking upon him. That boy, why is he scoping out my castle? The larger-than-life man had thought as he looked upon the boy that was walking upon his own land. Despite what many would think of the Ox King, he was a fair man. He did not eat men like the stories had told, nor had he killed for no reason at all, because above all else, he was a father to Chi-Chi first, and a king of a ruined land second. That was why the king had grown skeptical towards the newcomer that has wandered into his forgotten kingdom. There is no reason to assume that this newcomer had wanted to live here, and the reason he was here was likely of only one reason and one reason only: to steal his treasure. But the king was said to be fair after all. He is too young, I won't bother going after him without the evidence I need to support it. Because before a king, he was a father, so he had a soft spot for those that were younger. And that would have been the end of it if it weren't for the fact that those things' eyes were showing. It may have been due to the fact that the boy was thinking he was alone and had decided to let his guard come back up, but what had shown was something that had made even the Ox King, the man trained by Roshi, and had also fought evils most couldn't comprehend, feel a spike of fear. It was only for a second, and it left him as suddenly as it came to him, but that was enough for him to decide that this was not a boy. This wasn't a boy, it was something wearing the skin of one, and he was certain of it. I am sorry, young one, you may not have ill intentions, I know that well, but as a father and a king, I must not ignore what I have foreseen. If I am wrong, I will bear that sin, but if I am right, then I have no right to wait and see. He will try to kill this boy, but he will give him a chance after all. A king is fair, Hikigaya Pav. All around the castle, there was not even a single way in order to get in, as it had dawned on him that he pretty much wasted his time. What kind of ridiculous crap is this? There's no way of telling that the Dragon Ball is in there since Chi-Chi ruined whatever chance I had at finding it. But I guess there was some help. Full information about this, so it wasn't a total loss, but still, he internally thought as he gone on his way back. Besides, from what I know, it's likely that Bulma is already working on something to put the fire out. I wondered how it had gone out the first time around. As soon as started making his way back towards the rubble where they got separated, something. BWFFFF. Large had appeared. Is that the Ox King? Why does he even look like that? I'm used to him looking not as imposing, he thought as he kept a blank look on his face as soon as he appeared. Hello, I am the Ox King. At first, I wanted to let you go, but after seeing the look in those disgusting eyes of yours, I cannot ignore such, he said with as much gravel as a king who had lost all but his daughter could give. Damn it, I don't want to fight the Ox King. His is one of my favorite side characters in DBZ, and based on what I know, I don't even have a single chance in hell of winning this fight. The only good is that I never seen him use ki. And that I know he's a good guy, and if I guess correctly, he was thinking before he got interrupted. That is why I am going to impose a challenge upon you directly, boy. He had said while adding a bit of venom to the last part for reasons Hikigaya couldn't comprehend. He's going to give me a chance. He thought in slight relief, but it definitely didn't show on Hi's body as it had tensed up while also being as loose as possible. If you can even get a single clean hit on my body, I'll take back the death penalty that I have given you. But know that I'm not going to hold back. This is a death penalty after all, so you better use everything at your disposal, boy, he said as he stood to his full height of 13 feet 2 while brandishing his dull axe that basically screamed out in its usage over the years. I accept your challenge, he said in a tone that you couldn't tell as defiance towards their better. The Ox King could respect that at least. As soon as Hikigaya had uttered these words, hell had broken loose. BRAWMMM crack. Ox King, with strength he had never seen before even within this world, had taken down part of the mountain with a single slam of his axe to the ground, which had made it so that they were completely surrounded in rubble from both behind him and in front of him, and to his right was an opening to a cliff where below had only pain and fire as a promise. Truly, Hikigaya could not run from this problem. If I even have the slightest chance of winning this, I gotta go all out from the saint, he was thinking before a massive fist had almost collided into his entire body before dodging within an inch of his life. Judging by your clothing, you must have some knowledge of martial arts. Then let this be the last lesson you'll ever have. If you keep being in your mind too much, you will never be able to get even a single finger on this bod, he said before being interrupted by a sneaky sucker punch while he was monologuing, although it was too slow for him not to be able to block it with his own axe. You talk too much, Ox King, Hikigaya said while trying to keep up the pressure, so he would get lucky and possibly get a body shot in. But not even once had he even touched the Ox King's body. Hikigaya is fast, but every time he tries to land a hit, Ox King is able to block it like it's nothing. As if he is like a sloth trying to go against a hummingbird's reaction time. If I keep doing this, he's eventually going to find an opening against me. I haven't tried using my new variation yet because I'm not 100% sure I can use it to the ability I should. The base of my style relies on the opponent to make a mistake for me to exploit. That's how I hit Goku most of the time. The only reason why Ox King G is not on the offensive yet is because he cannot take a single hit from me due to our condition. If this were a true fight, he would have already won, no question about it. So the course of action I should take is this, he thought out as he did one more hit before jumping back far enough from the Ox King's range. Good battle sense. If you were to keep going on the offensive, I would have stomped. And that would have no doubt have staggered you slightly, which would have been my opportunity to cripple you, he said darkly as he was preparing to do a large attack, which was evident considering Hi's muscles had started to bulge to an inhuman degree. There were not a lot of things that I had learned from Master Roshi, but I was able to at least learn one thing from him, even if I am a failed student. Even if it is flawed and inefficient unlike his, I am at least capable of learning this, he said as he muscle bulged even more. Wait a minute, the Ox King is using the max power technique on me. Why does he even know that? He shouted within his mind as he was thinking of many ways in order to avoid this. Maybe I don't need to. The max power technique slows the user down and it has a major fatigue downside. It may be due to Roshi's age, but if it's the same for all users, I don't have much of a choice. I need to take this chance, he thought as he let every single thought he had in his head leave him instantly as his pupils became pinpricks with a crazed edge surrounding them as he unleashed all of his ambitions towards the Ox King, who now stared at him with stone-cold focus as he was preparing to unleash his own determination in order to keep this monster in sheep's clothing from becoming too strong. As Hikigaya rushed him, It seemed as if he had fully gone all out, moving faster than all of the bandits that he had taken care of combined. And while it was not the fastest being the Ox King had ever seen, it certainly taken him by surprise with the change in both style and speed. He is now acting as an animal with the grace of a pack leader without any pack to lead. It reminded him of himself in a way. It's unfortunate that those eyes promise only evil inside of them. He could have made a legend. The king judged as he was finally ready with his attack. 25-ton bash, he said as he released his biggest attack he had in his arsenal. BRAWMMMMMMMMMM. Try as he might, Hikigaya had not accounted for the air pressure that was released from his attack. So while Hikigaya was only grazed by the attack, the force that had came off of it sent him flying into the mountain at Mach 2 speeds, implanting his body within the burning mountain that had been burning for many years. He of course was not unconscious inside that burning mountain. Oh! His charge ended in failure. The moment Hikigaya lunged with full intent to strike, Ox King's axe came crashing down. He was lucky enough to stop it from hitting him directly, but it didn't matter. The resulting shockwave flung Hikigaya off balance, sending him skidding across the rocky terrain until he had gotten embedded inside of the flaming mountain he so dreaded to be around. Blood. Too much blood. The pain hit him second. First came the raging heat, then the weight. His legs trembled before giving out completely, not that it even mattered, considering his skin was starting melting onto the mountain around him, keeping him up straight. He couldn't even tell if the ringing in his ears was the aftermath of the impact or if the Ox King coming in to finally execute him, right now to him. It doesn't even matter. This is it, huh? After everything, I'm going to die here honestly. What was I even thinking I could progress in this world? I'm just a normal human lost from home, clinging onto the smallest strings of hope, he thought in despondent emptiness. The edges of his vision went black. I'm sorry everyone, sorry Komachi, your brother won't be there for dinner on time, he thought as he started to close his eyes. Oni-chan. It was soft, but clear. Light, but he recognized that voice. He blinked. There, just ahead of him, standing, where the Ox King should be to execute him, was Komachi, her figure glowing faintly, like sunlight behind a thin curtain. Komachi? He thought as he blinked a few more times as he couldn't muster the energy to rub them. Her expression was scared as she had tears in them, but they were determined. You promised you'd come home, so don't you dare die here, she said with a face he now remembers. He tried to speak, but no words came out. His throat was clogged with dust and disbelief at the mercy that was before him. Another voice followed. If you give up now, then everything you've learned, everything you've become, it's meaningless. Yukino's voice. He turned his head, slowly. She was there too, arms crossed, eyes soft. There was a hint of that imperviousness she always wore like armor. But underneath it, a large amount of genuine concern. You've made it this far. You can't stop now. Keep moving forward to see us one day, Hikigaya-kun. Another voice followed. Hiki. Uegahama appeared beside Yukino, her hands clenched at her sides, trembling. She looked like she was ready to run to him, to pull him up herself. Her voice cracked like she was about to cry, but even so, she was smiling. Encouraging. Honest. You matter? Okay? I don't care what world you're in or how strong the enemies are, Hiki is still Hiki. And he never runs away from what he really cares about. The three of them surrounded him. He knew they were not real, of course. He wasn't that far gone yet. But the emotion in their voices? That felt genuine. He wanted to run, wanted to scream, wanted to fight for his life till the last breath. But his body kept on refusing. You think this is where your story ends? A new voice cut through the air like a knife. Hiratsuka Shizuka. She strode into view, arms crossed, a cigarette hanging from her lips. Her long black hair flowed behind her, swaying like a cape of some sort. You still owe me for being such a pain in the ass, remember? A drink, a long conversation, your damn graduation, and some much more. She looked down at him. She looked like she was stern, tired, proud all at the same time when she was looking at him. You've always been too stubborn for your own good. But if you're going to throw everything away after coming this far, she knelt beside him, grabbed his collar, and pulled his face close to hers. Then I really will knock some sense into you. Even from another world, you cheeky brat, she said as she smiled at him softly as she let him go as she started to fade away. The others faded to Komachi's small, trembling smile, Yukino's concerned look. Yui's emotional plea. All of it drifted like smoke in the wind. Dot, 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 like the mountain he is embedded in. The fire they lit in his chest had burned even brighter than ever before. He started to clench his fists as if trying to remember how to use them. He remembered every second of his training. Every time Goku laughed through his pain. Every time he'd collapsed and gotten back up. And for the first time in what felt like forever, he knew he could do this. They told him could after all. His feet had started to pull himself out of the imprint he had made when he had gone. In the mountain as he collapsed on the burning floor of rock. Gritting his teeth, Hikigaya forced one foot under him, then the other. The blood loss made his balance sway, but the image of them, still watching, steadied him. His muscles screamed in protest, his lungs burned, but he was up. Then he had a stray memory, one he would have hit himself for not remembering if he knew it wouldn't hurt so much. What was it that Gohan had said to Vidal about how to use ki relax your body and mind, and to draw from the reserves of power from within? I can still see the anime in my head when he showed it to her. It was cute. I want to see Goku's kid grow too, he said to himself as his voice was very rough from all of the blood that had come out. What Hikigaya did next was to sit in a position, albeit very slowly. He knew that the Ox King thought he was dead, so he'll take advantage of that. While I know that the show doesn't really explain it much beyond what Gohan had said, I do have a lot of reference material to go off of. He thought as he remembered other anime and novels. What they all had in common was that there was some kind of core within the navel area that for some reason draws energy from the environment. So if I awaken my ki here, I wonder what it will do, he thought with some conviction. So Hikigaya closed his eyes while sitting inside that burning mountain of flames. It hurt worse than any kind of beating that Goku has ever given him. As of now, he knew if he were to not awaken his ki at this time, he was going to die, whether it be to this very mountain, the Ox King, or the blood loss. He knew that he only had one single chance at this. At first there was nothing, he knew that it would take more than that. So he needed to go deeper into his mind when he felt nothing on the outside world. Thought nothing of the outside world, only focusing everything within himself in order to draw out ki. His senses started to disappear one by one, sight from the fire behind his eyelids. Touch from the pain he has been feeling ever since coming to this world, smell of smoke that had penetrated his nose for hours, hearing of the crackling flames all around him, and Finn. Ally the taste of blood that has been in his mouth, had all disappeared. Dot, 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 crackle, the ember within him, flickering low in the darkness of his core, reminded him of a campfire left behind after a cold night, small, insignificant, but alive, and sometimes that was enough. He poured into it everything he had left, not strength, because that was long gone, not courage, because he wasn't foolish enough to think he was brave, but will, the stubborn, bitter kind of will that kept him going through high school, through social rejection, through humiliation, through loneliness. That ember was him, genuine him. It flickered, then hissed, then, dot, 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 woomph. A faint pulse rippled outward from his navel, not seen, not heard, but felt. The air around him shifted subtly, like the world had just taken a breath alongside him. The heat of the mountain seemed to halt, hesitating, as if surprised by the defiance of one man. His breathing steadied, not much, but enough. An orange light of warmth began to spread from the ember, winding through his ravaged body like the first light of dawn cutting through a storm. His nerves, scorched and raw, sparked awake. His fingers twitched, his spine straightened. It was not all powerful. It would be a joke to even call it powerful at its current stage. Not yet, but it was ki, something that only he could own. Raw, unrefined, unshaped, but it was his own to cultivate. A hysterical breath escaped his cracked lips, a sound halfway between a chuckle and a sob. I actually did it, he whispered hoarsely, eyes still shut. God, if any of the people back home saw this, they would have laughed their asses off. He almost laughed again, but the effort made his ribs groan and his vision flicker. No, now wasn't the time, he thought internally as he got back up with Herculean effort. His eyes slowly opened, and for the first time, the flames around him didn't look like death. They looked like background noise. He could feel them now, heat dancing across his skin, the air thick with energy, but more importantly, he could feel the energy within him. Just a fire that may have well been at the size of his palm. But one he'd created, one he could use. His legs still trembled, his blood still ran like water down his arms and sides. One breath, two, and then, slowly but surely, a faint outline shimmered around his body, a barely visible ripple of air. As if the heat haze itself had taken his shape, Hikigaya narrowed his eyes. No clever quips, no cynical thoughts, just a flaming resolve. I'm not dying in this hellhole, he muttered. Not before I win against Goku. Not before I see them again. Not when I just got my second chance. He stepped forward, his body screaming, but his core burning. The real battle was about to begin. Somewhere nearby, Ox King stood tall, axe still in hand, the flames roaring around him like a storm that obeyed his fury. He stared at the mountain, at the crevice that was left behind by the boy's body. He was stronger than I thought he would be. I wish I could have seen what was in his eyes that made me feel fear. But my penalty has been served. Rest in peace, stranger. The fire takes all that falls to it, but it also accepts all. He thought as he started walking back in order to check up on Chi-Chi to see if she was doing okay. But then he felt the heat disappear for just a single moment. There is no way that was that boy, but I'm curious. He thought as he looked back at the abused mountain one last time. Dot, dot, dot. Then he saw a silhouette emerge, limping, bloodied, half dead, but standing. Single quote. How the hell is he still alive? The Ox King had thought, extremely bewildered by the fact that he saw the young man he killed crawl out of that burning mountain like a rising corpse. What? The Ox King muttered, raising his axe again. Hikigaya didn't respond with words. Not yet. He took another step, then another. He'd been flattened into the side of a mountain. Burned, crushed, left for dead. But now, that same human the Ox King had dismissed was walking toward him, fists clenched with a thin orange aura surrounding him. I must thank you, Ox King, he said with his burnt throat, tea from the fire making him sound like some kind of demon. Another step, he slid into the basic stance Goku had taught him. It was rough, trembling, but firm. Even now, the flickering, the strange aura of orange began to pulse a little brighter, licking at the air around him. You helped me remember their faces, he said as he started gathering more ki as he walked towards him. His fingers curled tighter, his gaze sharpened. I have something to protect too, he said, his voice gaining strength. A world to return to. People are waiting for me, so I won't die here. Not until I've done what I came to do. And then he moved, faster than before, the energy guiding him. His strike wasn't graceful, wasn't trained like a martial artist's, it was desperate and raw. Dot, 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 but it had landed, right upon the stunned Ox King's chest, who was still frozen at the transformation that Hikigaya had gone through. And for the first time, the giant man stumbled back, even if just a step, even if it didn't damage him in the slightest. Hikigaya Hachiman had stood his ground and won. Ox King Pav, that punch had landed. The Ox King had faced many foes before within his long lifetime, fought martial artists that were capable of destroying cities at full power, faced large armies, and had even competed against his rival Gohan in combat when no one else could stand up to his level before it all gone to fire with his kingdom. But even then the Ox King was completely frozen when this bloodied corpse rushed at him with speed unexpected of him due to his previous performance. He had a stray thought about trying to defend from his final hit, but when he looked at those eyes again, I mean really looked at them, all he could see. Dot, 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 is a warrior. There was a soft, wet thud against the Ox King's broad chest. Barely enough to rustle the giant's fur-trimmed cape, but when he landed that hit, it was as if the world itself was telling everything to pause. He thought for a second that the earth itself had stopped rotating at the will of this young warrior. Even the stance that the young man had made was still as if he were ready to counter-attack at any moment if he were to even think about attacking. With his fist still extended out, locked in place by something he thought could only be rigor mortis with how broken he was. But then that strange faint orange shimmer that had wrapped around him guttered like a candle in rain once twice then flickered out. At that, it seemed that the world had finally awoken from its stupor as it continued to turn. His head lobbed forward as blood was dripping all down his GI. If you could even call it that anymore, with how destroyed it was. His eyes were open, but empty. Dead fish stare turned to literal dead fish as he was unconscious as soon as he landed that hit. But even then, the young warrior had not fallen, as he was still upright on his feet. The Ox King did not breathe, nor did he thought he could till that young man had passed out. He just stared at the boy, the fearful demon bull king, stunned by this boy who by all means should have died today from his imposed death sentence. He may have told himself that it was a fair match, but in truth it wasn't anything close to such. The Ox King is a million times stronger than this boy can be at this point, and yet he spouted his word of it being fair. How is this just as akin? Gee, his heart has stopped beating twice already. I felt it pause when he crawled out of that fire, and yet his fist is still here. Still touching me, still claiming his victory. What have I done? The Ox King looked over the boy's body once more, past the shredded GI, past the burns that went bone deep in places, past the fingers that were cracked and bleeding and yet curled into a perfect hard fist. He had crushed monsters that took less effort than it was for that boy to keep his hand raised like it had been. The Ox King at this moment, even at his staggering size of both his body and greed, nothing more made him feel smaller than the young warrior had at this current moment. The axe slipped from numb fingers as it should have made the earth shake like it had for the past decade, but the earth did not dare make a sound. Not while it was in Hikigaya Hachiman's presence. Not while Hikigaya Hachiman was still standing. The Ox King spoke when his voice finally decided to pick up the courage. When it finally came was barely a whisper, rough and cracked like the mountain behind them, of his forgotten history. You win, he said softly as he took one towards the young man. Then another, and another, until his entire shadow had swallowed up his body, ever so gently, that it felt like blasphemy for hands that had just tried to kill him. He slid one massive palm behind Hikigaya's back, supporting the weight that pride alone had been carrying. Then and only then did his body finally collapse, cradling the broken, burnt boy against his chest like he weighed nothing at all. The tears were huge and unashamed, as rolled down the giant's cheek and hissed into steam against the hot stone. Forgive me, warrior, he thought in the silence that followed, as the flames themselves seemed to bow in apology towards the young man. Papa, I found a knight that said that he has a way to take out the Papa? Chi-Chi rounded the corner, as Yamcha was sprinting behind her. They both stopped dead at the horrid sight. The Ox King, terror of Fry Pan Mountain, disciple of Roshi, the man who had made armies piss themselves in fear, was on one knee in the dirt, cradling a half-dead teenager in his arms like a father holding his sleeping child. Hikigaya's right arm still hung limp at his side, but if you looked closely the fist was still clenched. Even in what could be seen as excruciating, he had never unclenched it. Yamcha's poor voice came out a broken whisper. Hikigaya, Yamcha Pav. I looked upon the scene in front of him as he was still frozen in place. I knew it was bad by the sounds of it. I thought a nuke had gone off or something with how loud it was when I was running towards where I thought Hikigaya may have been. But I truly underestimated how bad it really was. When I was running here, I had so many scenarios running through my head as I was hoping that it wasn't going to be a dead body I come across. I thought, maybe it's just an avalanche, there's no way it. Hikigaya, or, there's no way that's her dad, she must be lying. No one is that strong to destroy half a mountain. But nothing is ever as it seems, unfortunately. Hikigaya, I said, that's all I sue. LD tried to say as the words died in my throat like a coward. I'd been running full tilt, hard hammering, ready to dive in and pull Hikigaya out of whatever mess he'd gotten into. But would I have done that really? Would I have saved my friend from this monster? Or would I have just ran away from it like with women, like with everything else that scares me? He thought darkly as he stood in his place, frozen at the dark scene that was painted in his mind. I mean, what could I do if Hikigaya ended up looking like this? My hands clenched at my sides so hard it turned white. I hated that voice, and hated how loud it was right now, because it wasn't wrong. I'd spent so many years running from my responsibility, from fear, from anything that might prove I wasn't as tough as I pretended. But Hikigaya, he didn't run. For the short time I have known him, I never saw him run away from anything. Sure, he complains, more than I think I ever heard anyone complain. Sure, he acted like he was lazy. But it was just a facade to hide the fact that he was working harder than all of us combined. He acted like he didn't care, but when it mattered, when it really mattered, he stood there and took it. More than I ever did, said the small voice in his head. ... No more, I whispered to myself. I can't run away anymore. No more. Not when I have someone depending on me, not when I see someone as strong as me face something so unavoidable and still come out. I can't afford fear any longer, not when I have people who depend on me too. How can they depend on me too if I'm so afraid? Easy answer: I stopped being afraid. Starting today, I no longer will let fear lead my life any longer. Starting today, I'll look women in the eye and talk to them. Starting today, I will stop running. Gee, if I am afraid starting today I'll face everything and tear it to pieces. He growled out of his mind. I forced my legs to move, one step then another, until I was close enough to see the faint, stubborn rise and fall of his chest. Oh, thank God you aren't dead, he thought with relief as he started to look toward this large monster. I contemplated what I should do, but in the end I decided to kneel down beside this monster. My voice came out rough. You idiot, why didn't you wait for me? Why did you have to go out alone where you would get hurt like this? I yelled out in frustration, at both myself and Hikigaya. Then I looked towards this large monster with slight fear and rage. Why did you do it? Hikigaya wouldn't have done something like this to warrant such a state. What was your reason for his state? I say shaky, even with fear of what he could do to me, but at this moment I do not care any longer. I thought he would have been a danger to my family. Why, I couldn't ignore what I had seen in this warrior, but my reasonings for it were incorrect. I offer my apologies, but I have a feeling that's not what you want. I want to make up for it. Anything you want you can take. I need to evaluate my reasons for being a king of this forgotten land. You and your friend here are allowed to stay within Frypan Mountain as long as you both need, he sighed. With a booming voice, although softer than Yamcha had imagined. As for your friend's recovery, I will take care of it. I have a relic that my master had once given me that can heal someone complete. I only had one, so I saved it for my daughter if she were ever to be in danger, but I feel this young man will do things that will change this world, so I'll risk it on him. Wait, something like that exists? I thought, bewildered as I took a sigh and lowered my guard, but not completely. Well, as long as you're telling the truth and can heal Hikigaya, then I'll forgive you, but I'm not the one to say it to. I need to alert my other comrades about this, so just take Hikigaya to a safe place for the time being, I said, trying to keep my serious facade up as I grabbed my walkie-talkie. GUYS, something has gone wrong with our mission. Abandoned outpost on lower level of Frypan Mountain. The abandoned outpost clung to the lower slopes of Fire Mountain like a forgotten relic of a past time. Thick stone walls, cool to the touch, high, narrow windows letting in slanted shafts of orange light. Dust motes drifted lazily in the air, but the floor was surprisingly clean for its advanced age. Small amount of debris. No animals, not that there would be anything besides insects, and just the quiet echo of their breathing. It certainly wasn't an RV, but it will have to do for the time, being as it was far enough from the horrible flame that had engulfed most of the mountain. As for Hikigaya, he was resting on the kingdom's old banners and the massive cloak of the Ox King that was elevated on a stone bench. The faded fabrics, once proud emblems of a mighty realm, crimson and gold threads depicting charging bulls and warriors, now served as an improvised bed, cradling his battered body with unexpected softness. His breath had also gotten better within this colder environment, which was a good sign to all those that were there to watch over him, which being Yamcha and Chi-Chi, to the Ox King, going to get his supposed relic in order to heal Hikigaya back to normal. Yamcha sat close by him, having his elbows resting on his knees, and his eyes never straying far from Hikigaya's chest as it rose and fell. Every shallow inhale felt like a timer, every exhale a reminder that they weren't out of danger yet. His hands still trembled faintly from the fear and nerves, but he kept them tight, hiding the fear he felt. The Ox King had left them shortly after settling Hikigaya down, ventured deeper into the outpost's forgotten storerooms to retrieve the relic he'd promised. Something precious his master had gifted to him years ago. Something that could heal even wounds as grave as his. Although Yamcha was skeptical, he had heard of crazier things within this world, and he was more worried about his friend at the moment than worrying about the validity of such items. Chi-Chi was sitting cross-legged a few feet away from him, swinging her legs idly and staring at the injured stranger with wide, curious eyes that darted between awe and curiosity. She clutched the edge of her battle bikini, whispering questions to Yamcha like, "Is he gonna wake up soon?" Or, "Why's he so beat up if he won?" That last statement that Chi-Chi made irked him a bit, but he ignored it, as she was just a kid like Goku after all. Goku, God, how he reacted toward knowing Hikigaya was on the brink of death was heart-wrenching to say the least. He told the three of them that they moved to this part of the mountain in order to stabilize Hikigaya, and Goku, well, he said he'd find them. Yamcha had alerted them not too long ago, maybe 5 to 10 minutes ago at most, so it was only a matter of time. Whoosh, sorry it took so long. Me and Puar had to clear out space for Bulma to drive here. Goku said as he stopped talking when his eyes had landed on Hikigaya. Where's the big guy at? He said seriously as his tail lashed sharply behind him, stirring the air in rage that Yamcha had thawed. Impossible for someone as innocent as Goku. He went out in the storage to gather the relic to heal Hikigaya. He'll be okay, Goku. Just let's wait till we get mad at him after he gets healed, okay? He said, hoping to calm down Goku before he does anything stupid that would let them lose the favor of the Ox King. He walked straight to the stone bench and sat right beside it, close enough that Hai's tail brushed the edge of the cloaks as he started to really look at the damage that Hikigaya had taken. The dried blood crusted on his skin, the angry red and black burns peeking through the large amount of tears that were burned into the GI. The swollen eye, his broken knuckles that looked like they had almost melted off. The same was for his backside. Safe to say is that the damage was immense. It was even worse than when he found his grandpa. Damn it, Hachi, why didn't you just yell out for me? I would have been there to help you at least, Goku said, trying not to cry over him in his pitiful state as he didn't want him to hurt more. He glanced up at Yamcha, seeking confirmation. You said he was going to be alright, right? He said in a sad tone that made Yamcha want to puke out. Shame for not being there for Hikigaya at the time. Yamcha managed a tired but genuine nod. Yeah, the Ox King swore it in his honor. And he meant it, you can tell, he said gently as Puar nodded along with him. That's the best he could do for Goku at the moment, is to be dependable when they look to him for guidance. Chi-Chi piped up softly from her spot, voice small but earnest. My papa doesn't lie, not about important stuff like this. He feels really bad, she said sadly at seeing all these people surrounding a boy who didn't deserve what had happened to him. Thanks Yamcha and whoever you are, Goku says, trying to cheer himself up as he hugs both of them. Oh, it's man, no problem, and my name is Chi-Chi by the way, she said, a little embarrassed by the hug he had received from Goku. Goku nodded once, the tension easing a bit more from his frame. Well, it's nice to meet you, Chi-Chi. I wish it wasn't like this, though you seem like a good person. Maybe I'll get to know you better after Hachi wakes up. Okay, I mean okay, I would like that a lot, she said with a blush on her face, most likely due to the only male influence she had was her own father. He settled in fully then, tail curling comfortably around his feet like a blanket. Alright then, he says with a smile, but it fades a bit when he's reminded of the situation his best friend is in. Anyways, I'll wait right here till he opens his eyes and starts complaining about something. Until then nobody's touching him until then, he says seriously. The distant flames murmured faintly through the narrow windows, a reminder of the chaos higher up. But in the cool, quiet stone room in this forgotten corner of a lost kingdom, the four of them kept watch. Until they heard the sound of a vehicle outside the outpost. Bulma Pav, tires crunching over gravel was the sound that she was trying to focus on the most at the moment. It kept her focused and it would allow her to drive the RV without crashing it by accident. From being so deep in thought at the fact that Hachiman. No, not right now, I have to focus on getting there if I want to help him. I can think about all the crap I need to think about after he is fixed. She kept her focus as that's all she could do at the moment. She went about as fast as she could have gone on a trail like this, and yet to her it felt like she was moving at a turtle's pace. But impatience will not get the best of her at this moment, even if all she wanted to do is slam on the gas and get there as fast as she could. That's the building, she thought as she slammed on that gas as her gaze had zeroed into the building going what seemed to be over 70 miles an hour on the gravel trail. Yeah, that can only end so well. As she had swerved into the ditch, luckily she was able to slow down enough not to crash, but the RV was definitely out of alignment now and the front bumper had also come off as well, also one of the wheels front and back. We stop. That wasn't her main focus right now. He can get mad at me later. I'll just make it better by making it hover or something, but now I need to fix him, she thought as she grabbed a few of her capsules full of medical equipment and medical aid and started booking it towards the building. Please don't be as bad as he said. Please, please, please. Let it be so that he exaggerated so I can just kick his ass. Foe are worrying me, please, for the love of Kami, don't let it be that bad. Slam. Her prayers had gone unanswered, unfortunately, because it was almost worse than he described. First is to check on the diagnostics, she thought mindlessly as she unleashed the capsules holding the medical supplies. Goku, clear some space on that side. Yamcha, tell me everything. Timeline of injuries, any changes since you moved him. Exact location of the worst burns, she had said in a dull tone. Her hands were already moving as if she were doing maintenance on a robot. Opening the kit, pulling out saline wipes, burn gel, gauze. A portable scanner capsule that popped into a small diagnostic device. She didn't really pay attention to all the stutters that Yamcha had. She voided out anything that wasn't her time at the moment, as her only goal was to fix Hikigaya Hachiman. She worked fast and efficiently. Like this was just another invention gone wrong. Like her heart wasn't hammering so hard she hear it in her ears as if it were ready to burst out and start flowing. The GI made the one I spent so much time on, measuring him while he stood there all awkward and complaining about invading personal space. It's completely destroyed, completely ruined, covered in his blow. Quit it. Just fix him. Okay, she said aloud, voice even in sound. Pulse is stable, breathing is impaired but likely better than it was out in the fire. Second and third degree burns primarily on back, hands, legs and face. 4 fractures in ribs, 2 broken, definite concussion and possible brain damage due to him flying into that mountain. Blood loss is significant but not critical yet. She was already applying gel, wrapping gauze, and scanning for internal damage. Yamcha let out a shaky breath. The Ox King's getting a healing relic. Something that'll fix him completely. That sounds like bullshit to me, she said coldly. He probably used it as his opportunity to run away from having the responsibility of killing an innocent man. Not that I'd let Hachiman die. I'll make him an android before I do that, she said, but more or less muttered that last part. My papa wouldn't. She was about to talk, but it seemed that Yamcha had stopped her and whispered something into her ear that had made her stop. Not that it mattered to her at the current moment. All she knew was that she needed to fix him. Inside, the storm kept raged on. Please be okay, Hachiman. Please wake up and complain about how I'm fussing too much. Please open those stupid dead fish eyes and say something sarcastic so I know you're still you. I can't do this without you. Not yet. Not when I haven't even told you. But she couldn't focus on those feelings. Right now she worked, because that is how she could contribute to this. To not feel so selfish about using him to gather the Dragon Balls. She would have thrown away thousands of wishes if she could have him be alright right now. But she doesn't need any sort of miracles or relics or magic right now. She has her own abilities, and she trusts that more than some shitty relic that may never come. Don't worry, Hachiman, I am here now. I will fix you because that's what I do. I am Bulma Briefs, and I make things better, she thought with fixed determination as she continued to work on him silently. She knew that once this was over she was going to break down crying, yelling at Hachiman for being so reckless, and then they were going to be happy again afterwards. But for now all she needs to do is this. Then, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. The Ox King ducked through the arched doorway, his massive frame filling it completely for a moment before he stepped inside. In his huge palm rested a small, ornate wooden box, ancient, carved with the same faded symbols that decorated the walls. It looked almost comically tiny in his hand, but the way he held it made it clear this was no ordinary trinket. Everyone's eyes snapped to him. Bulma paused mid-rap, gaze sharp and cold. That's it, that's the supposed relic that will heal him. The Ox King nodded solemnly, kneeling beside the bench with surprising gentleness for his size. This is the sacred healing bean, he rumbled, voice low and grave. My master, Roshi, entrusted it to me many years ago. He said it was one of the last in existence capable of mending even wounds. That should kill even the mightiest of warriors. I saved it for my daughter, should the worst ever come. He opened the box slowly. Inside, nestled on faded silk, lay a single small green bean, a single goddamn bean. Is this some sort of cruel joke? She had said as she took a look at this pathetic show of the relic. I don't jest, this had come from the turtle hermit himself. I am not so cruel as to lie to you all like that, he had said solemnly as he had let out a sigh that had caused a slight burst of wind. I understand how this looks, and if this doesn't work, I'll do everything else in my power in order to make sure that the boy lives. You have my word as a king, he had said as he bowed to them all, letting them know of the steps he's willing to take to appease all of them. Fine, give me the damn bean, she had finally let out as she growled out in irritation as the large being had handed her the box. Now please, you and your daughter wait outside. If he wakes up we all need to have a talk with Hachiman, she says tiredly as she waits for them to leave. Alright then, let's go, Chi-Chi, we need to give them some space, okay? he said softly as he held out his large hand. Okay Papa, I hope your friend will be okay, she said to them as she waved them off as they went to wait outside the building. Alright guys, it's most likely a dud and I'll put that out there. But even if it has the smallest chance of bringing him back to full recovery, then I am willing to risk it. That's why I need all of you to look away for a moment, because what I am about to do is a little embarrassing for me, she said seriously as she made a glare towards all of them, warding them all off of even thinking about it. But what are you going to do to Hachi? It's not going to be anything bad, right? Goku asked, not knowing what's going on. Don't worry Goku, it's nothing bad, it's just embarrassing. So for my sake please look away everyone, she said, losing some of her nerve now, looking a little shy. Come on Goku, it's not going to be anything bad, I promise, Yamcha had said, getting the idea of what Bulma will do. Alright then, I trust you guys, he said as he started to look away, as did everyone else when he did. Okay Hachiman, you owe me for this, she said with a blush as she put the bean in her mouth and chewed it up and fed it to Hikigaya. Unbeknownst to Bulma and Hikigaya, that was their first kiss, even if Bulma would rather die of embarrassment than let Hikigaya ever know that. As she got up, she had honestly not expected much to happen. I mean, come on, it's just likely a bean that the perverted old man had decided to give to him as a prawn. ... Why does it feel like I had 20 max coffees, he mumbled with a low voice as he opened his eyes to see Bulma was close to him. Wonder why my mouth tastes like strawberries now. The end.